Hello, I'm Susan Hopgood, President of Education International. Welcome to the beginning of a remarkable virtual journey. Over the next 24 hours, literally tens of thousands of people will be joining you and me for a unique broadcast, a first of its kind look into the lives and work of hundreds of educators from around the world. We will be inside classrooms and in the halls of government, talking to Nobel Prize winners and country presidents. But all the while, we will keep a sharp focus on the educators who are marking this World Teachers' Day amidst a pandemic the way they always do, reaching their students as best they can. Let's be clear, we can't and we won't call this World Teachers' Day an unqualified celebration. From the very beginning, COVID-19 has devastated education, with school closures in 165 countries affecting 1.5 billion students and their families, and more than 63 million teachers and other educators. In the early days, EI surveyed a sampling of our 385 member organisations in 178 countries. 71% of the organisations reported that teaching was being moved to online platforms, even as teachers stayed on the job day after day for their students. The same surveys showed teachers feel they haven't been given the training, the tools, or the time to transition their practices online. Along the way, along these next 24 hours, we will be exploring these disconnects, asking and addressing the critical questions. What are we learning? How are we adapting? How are we shaping the present? And what do we want the future to look like? At least some of the answers are clear, and throughout this day, we will hear and see the evidence. We know COVID-19 affects the entire world, but its impact on world communities is not level. The virus has hit marginalised communities with a fury, not only in terms of disproportionate infection, but also by worsening conditions of poverty. In my own region, the World Bank reported last month that as many as 38 million more people in East Asian and Pacific countries could fall below the poverty line this year, including 33 million who would have escaped poverty if the COVID shock didn't happen. We know our teachers and our schools are vital to our communities and to our nations and the world. Despite the brilliant adaptations by the world's educators over the past 6 to 7 months, there are no screens or broadcasts or books delivered by bus that can replace teachers and students in schools. This realisation has brought our communities together in a new common purpose to value professional educators and well-resourced schools, and resilient and responsive school systems. And finally, we know that active and genuine social dialogue involving teachers, families, students, unions, and governments is critical, not only to public health, but to every element of the public sector, including education. Where you see less severe outbreaks of the pandemic and a more even return to school and work, you can be certain that there was consistent and reliable dialogue, transparency, and agreement across the society, as opposed to the harsh outcomes in countries with more authoritarian and anti-science leadership. And moving forward with our very exciting day, I want to introduce our host for the day, David Edwards, the General Secretary of Education International. Welcome, David.
Hello, Madam President, and thank you to our viewers around the world. Yes, you heard that correctly. We will be on the air for 24 hours, starting in the Asia-Pacific region where you are, Susan, moving across the time zones to Africa, the Arab region, Europe, Latin America, and ending in the region of North America and the Caribbean. And along the way, we have enlisted moderators who will be your guides as we move across the globe. In each of the regions, the broadcast will feature content specific to that region. But also, we think you'll find some insights, a clear sense of our global profession, and some news that you can use. To see the program, click over to 5oct.org. The broadcast is available on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and we will be reading and showing your comments and questions throughout the day using the hashtag 5octlive. Not planning to be awake for 24 hours? Oh, come on. It'll be fun. But for those in this 99.9% category, no problem. The entire broadcast in a variety of segments will be available on YouTube in the days and weeks after today. But do us a favor, will you? If you're on a conversation thread or a listserv or Slack or any other platform where you're in touch with colleagues or friends who care about the work and hope and policy and anything else regarding this teaching profession that we so love, please send them a quick note. Let them know a little about what we're doing here and send them a link. We do love connecting with colleagues, and all will be able to interact with us on social media. But without further ado, let's get started. Education International, on behalf of the world's teachers, is fortunate to have friends and allies who play a prominent role in world affairs. Part of that relationship, of course, is based on the power of numbers. The fact that EI's 385 member organizations in 178 countries have 32.5 million members. But part of that also is that these members and their organizations have empowered EI as the global voice of organized educators and a force for educator activism worldwide. More than a half century ago, UNESCO and the ILO produced the landmark recommendations on the status of teachers. With ILO, an organization forged from the ashes of World War II, we participate actively through the workers group defending rights and helping to negotiate the future of work in education. In 2015, EI mobilized organizations on every continent over a 2-year period to build support for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, successfully achieving a standalone education goal, Goal 4 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And since that time, EI has been an active member of the United Nations coordination mechanisms for the goals, including the United Nations major groups, UNESCO's SDG Education 2030 Steering Committee, a board member of the Global Partnership for Education, and chair of the OECD Trade Union Advisory Committee Education Working Group. We've also served in an advisory capacity to the G20, and with the coming of the pandemic, quite frankly, we are working directly with the World Health Organization. You will see many of those organizations in the next several minutes in video messages from their leaders, all of whom support the work we are doing on behalf of teachers, educators, and students everywhere.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear teachers all the world, it's a great honor for me to be with you today to celebrate the 2020 edition of World Teachers' Day. And I extend my warmest greetings to all and each of you, teachers, school leaders, staff who have joined this virtual meeting. And thank you for that. Well, UNESCO has been proud to convene World Teachers' Day since it's the beginning, over 25 years ago. We are particularly happy to recognize our long-standing partnership with Education International, an organization which plays such an important role globally in raising awareness and ensuring that teachers' voices are heard at the global, regional, and national level. But this year is a very special one, we know. This is more important than ever at a time when education has experienced massive disruption due to the COVID-19 crisis, when learning inequalities has been magnified. Teachers, we really saw from the very beginning of the crisis, have been on the front lines of the crisis itself. And it's a crisis, as you know, which has affected, at the peak, 1.6 billion students worldwide. Teachers have gone to extremes to maintain bonds with their students, to keep in touch with them, to keep and save the human component, the human touch, and to ensure, of course, a learning continuity. So once again, we are reminded that teaching is not just one of the many, many words in professions, but it's a very special one. It's a lifelong vocation. Today, schools remain closed still at national level in over 50 countries, affecting more than 800 million students. So it's still something. And teachers are faced with uncertainty, as all of us, over school reopening, over how teaching will take place, how to make up for learning losses, and not least their own safety, of course. They must be fully supported. This is the simple message I want to say. They must be fully supported throughout the recovery and beyond that, through training, through professional development, including to be equipped with digital skills and appropriate remuneration. Well, without investment in teachers and increasing the attractiveness of this profession, this critical profession, will not achieve the promise of universal primary and secondary education for all by 2030, quality education for all. This is alone calls for an additional 69 million new teachers. Teachers are a priority for UNESCO. Last April, in the wake of the COVID-19, as you maybe remember, we launched an innovative initiative, the Global Education Coalition, which counts today over 150 partners, including Education International. And the coalition now is working and taking action in more or less 70 countries all over the world. And one of the flagship, one of the most important, one at the very beginning we launched within this coalition is Global Teachers Campus. It will provide the teaching community with much needed digital skills and distance learning pedagogies, tools, and support. This kind of initiative will help us work with teachers, with all of you, in order to build better. At the forthcoming Global Education meeting, we will call on world leaders to support all teachers as frontline workers. We do believe that this is one critical point in the coming months and in the coming years as well. Through policy guidance, through networking, advocacy, monitoring, and normative work, UNESCO will continue to support all of you, all teachers of the world, so that all learners on the other side everywhere can benefit from quality, inclusive education, and once again, socio-emotional support. That is something very much important in order to have a quality education. We look forward now to our continued partnership with Education International in this shared endeavor. And I wish you the best in our shared celebrations today.
Okay, and lifting the card.
This year's World Teachers' Day is unlike any other. At one point, the COVID-19 pandemic closed schools in nearly every country in the world. More than 1.5 billion learners were affected, and right now teachers in many countries are struggling to launch a new school year. Throughout the pandemic, teachers have shown leadership in the classroom, in schools, and in the community at large. They've quickly adapted to distance learning techniques and technologies. Many had to make personal investments in the tools and materials that they needed to do their jobs. And today, they are initiating new teaching practices that can promote learning whilst being safe and accessible. And throughout the crisis, teachers have played a vital community role, delivering important, reliable information about the pandemic and helping learners, parents, and others deal with mental stress. And as we look ahead to building a better post-COVID world, we have to ensure that teachers receive the support that they need to continue this important leadership role. First and foremost, we have to protect them in doing their job. We must make sure that schools have adequate safety procedures, and that includes physical distancing and appropriate protective equipment. And teachers need adequate health and leave benefits so that they can stay at home if they or their families fall sick. And they need better training to use distance learning technologies and do it in the most effective way. And they shouldn't have to bear the costs of these tools themselves. These are immediate measures, but we also need longer-term changes if the pandemic is not to make inequalities in education even worse, and we cannot allow COVID-19 to leave that as its legacy. We need to create more resilient education systems that offer teachers decent wages and working conditions. Teachers should be encouraged to innovate and to lead new approaches in education, and they should be given the strong voice in developing the policies that will underpin these stronger education systems. Changes like these will make teaching a natural career choice for young leaders who want to contribute to their community and to shape the talent of the next generation. Qualified, motivated, and well-supported teachers with decent work will be essential if we are to deliver on the promise of building back a better society after COVID-19. And so the ILO is proud to join Education International and our sister UN agencies, UNESCO and UNICEF, to support teachers as leaders so that we can work together to create a better tomorrow.
Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala once said, "One child, one teacher, one book, one pen can change the world." At UNICEF, we agree with every part of that sentence. Teachers, whether online or in person, can transform the lives of children. They inspire our future leaders, thinkers, dreamers, and doers. We've never had a greater reminder of teachers' importance than right now. The COVID-19 pandemic suddenly closed classrooms around the world. Students faced uncertainty and disruption, and schools rushed to find new ways of keeping children learning. Every step of the way, you were there to support, innovate, and persist, going above and beyond to support your students. And now, as schools reopen their doors, your advice and guidance is just as important. I wanted to share 3 inspiring examples that show the critical role of teachers, not only in helping students while schools were closed, but also in guiding them as schools reopen. In a school in Kampala in southern Uganda, teachers created a television show to help keep students engaged and learning. They turned this challenge into a new opportunity to encourage students to inquire and discover for themselves. In Turkey, teachers working with young Syrian refugees filmed YouTube videos to replace classroom teaching. They helped students buy internet packages to access the lessons, and they supported their students as they faced threats during school closures. In Bamiyan province in central Afghanistan, teachers worked with students over the telephone while schools were closed, including those preparing for their university entrance examinations, and visited students at home for face-to-face teaching. Just 3 examples of teachers not only supporting their students, but reimagining the future of education. So thank you to Education International and the 32.5 million teachers you represent. UNICEF will continue to fight for urgent investments in education as a key part of the COVID-19 response and recovery, including closing the digital gap, to help you as you help our children and youth. Thank you for being a teacher.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to join you to celebrate World Teachers' Day. I'm heartened to see so many partners working together to bring global attention to the world's indispensable teachers, school leaders, and education staff. Each one of us remembers a teacher or teachers who have influenced their lives. I applaud the work of our convening partners, Education International, the International Labour Organization, UNESCO, and UNICEF. Such collaboration is more necessary than ever at a time when COVID-19 crisis has stalled our efforts towards the Sustainable Development Goals and risks turning a pre-COVID learning crisis into a post-COVID learning catastrophe. At the opening of the new session of the General Assembly, world leaders urged global solidarity to recover better from this crisis and deliver the SDGs with a decade of sustained and ambitious action. Many called in particular for action on education, recognizing that it remains one of our greatest tools for advancing peace, human rights, and all the 17 SDGs. Teachers are the backbone of all education systems and the key to ensuring a quality and inclusive education for all. As such, we reimagine education. We must make sure that teachers are at the center of the process. What the crisis has brought to light is that for millions of learners, teachers are also a lifeline. The support and solidarity of those teachers during COVID-19 is the spirit of cooperation that we must all embrace and sacrifice. We take this opportunity today to express our immense gratitude for their service and leadership across the globe. The United Nations family, working with our partners, will continue to support teachers around the world, ensuring that their voices are heard and that their skills are improved to leverage the latest technology and tools for the 21st century learning and beyond. Let us commit to leaving no teacher behind. Thank you.
World Teachers' Day is an opportunity for us all to celebrate teachers and the instrumental role they play in the learning and development of children around the world. This year, teachers deserve the spotlight more than ever. You have faced unprecedented challenges as the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted classroom learning around the world. COVID-19 has not only affected health systems, but school systems as well. Nearly 1.6 billion students around the world have had their education disrupted. Hundreds of millions remain shut out of their classrooms. Throughout these challenges, teachers have worked tirelessly to keep students learning. You have been there for your students through school closures, helped them adapt to distance learning, and provided them with a sense of normality and safety in these very uncertain times. In lower income countries, where the Global Partnership for Education concentrates our support, teachers have innovated to use whatever technology is available. You are teaching over the radio, by SMS, and even distributing printed assignments to keep your students learning. You have stepped up to connect with vulnerable students and help them stay on the path of education, especially girls, who are at the highest risk of dropping or being forced out of school. In so many countries and communities, you are these children's last line of defence against a future of early marriage or child labour. The realities of distance learning have given the world a whole new appreciation for what teachers do every day. Your work, not only for children's learning, but for their well-being and growth, is vital to societies as a whole. You deserve recognition for that. You also deserve to be supported as you work to adapt to new challenges and help education systems build back better. As part of GPE's COVID-19 response, we have provided funds to more than 50 lower income countries to help ensure that teachers get the support they need during these unprecedented times. These funds are providing training, paying salaries, and helping equip classrooms to reopen safely. Teachers, you are some of the most important members of society. You inspire future generations and set them up for success. Your voice must be heard at every level of decision-making. and your well-being and safety is a top priority as we work to build better education systems together.
Dear David, dear colleagues and friends, World Teachers' Day is an opportunity to honor our teachers and to reflect on how we will meet the challenges of the future. The COVID-19 pandemic has upended our lives and livelihoods, health systems and societies, and it has reminded all of us just how important schools and teachers are. At the height of the pandemic, over 90% of all students globally were out of school, including my own kids. In the face of this global crisis, teachers are responding with exceptional creativity and dedication to ensure their students' education can continue. Through remote classrooms, distributing meals and books, or helping students access an internet connection, teachers are playing a vital role in their communities. In some countries, schools have reopened. In others, they remain closed. To support countries in every situation, WHO, UNESCO, and UNICEF recently published updated guidance on how to keep students and teachers safe at school. Building back better must include adapting education systems to make them more resilient in the face of risk. For everything it has taken from us, the pandemic has reminded us of a simple truth, that health and education are two of the most precious commodities in life. To all teachers, I have a simple message. Thank you.
So thanks to these great friends and partners for their messages. Leave no teacher behind, I like that. For their commitment to education and the well-being of children and families, and their support of education and the teaching profession. Throughout these 24 hours, we will be hearing from organizations and activists and advocates and practitioners who think of the education sector through a lens of what we call the whole child. That is an understanding that access to quality education goes hand in hand with safety, access to nutrition, healthcare, community, social, and emotional support. We'll be hearing a lot more about this in the coming hours. But now I would really like to get started on our journey across the world. So turning it back over to you, Susan Hopgood. Hello, Susan, and hello to the Asia Pacific region.
Welcome, everyone, to the Asia Pacific region, my home region. I'm Susan Hopgood, I'm President of Education International, and I'm coming to you from Melbourne in Australia. In the next 4 hours, we will travel from the islands in the Pacific and farthest to parts of West Asia. In our video stories and live conversations, we will hear teachers share their experiences, struggles, and visions for the future. We're also joined by different sectors and our partners in advancing the right to education and the status and welfare of our teachers, as everyone has a stake in the state of our education systems and the important role teachers play in ensuring quality education for all. In the past challenging months, we've been talking about frontliners. And the reality is that teachers have always been at the forefront in everyday responsibilities, in schools and in leadership roles and in our communities. Now, teachers and education support personnel and their unions have been further challenged to respond to the new teaching learning environment and the evolving needs of our communities. In this crucial time, educators have shown professionalism and dedication, but at the same time, we are held back by long existing problems of the profession and of the education sector. We delve into these issues in the region in the next 4 hours and continue to forward our calls for adequate support to teachers and to education, especially as we rebuild from the impact of the pandemic. Also with us today, and to welcome us to Asia Pacific live from the Japanese Teachers Union, is the chair of the Asia Pacific Regional Committee of Education International, Masaki Okajima. Masaki, could you unmute your microphone, please? Masaki, you are still muted. Could you unmute your microphone, please? So I think we've got just a little technological glitch there. So just while we wait for Masaki to come back to us so that we can hear his very, very important message to us all, we hope that you are all joining us today on one of your favorite connections, whether it be YouTube or whatever way you can see. Thank you. Here we are. We have Masaki back again. Welcome,
Thank
Masaki.
you, Susan. Okay.
Yes, it's okay. We can hear you now.
Good morning, sisters, brothers, and old friends and colleagues in Asian Pacific on the world. まだ
Masaki, we could hear you, so if you just continue, I think that will be okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Thank you, Susan. Good morning, sisters, brothers, and all friends and colleagues in Asian Pacific and the world. Welcome all of you to this program of Education International, EI, to celebrate World Teachers' Day. My name is Masaki Okajima, who is the chair of EI, Asian Pacific Regional Committee, and the former president of Japan Teachers Union. Thank you, EI friends and colleagues, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to deliver a welcome message. World Teachers' Day is marked on 5 October to commemorate the anniversary of the adoption of the 1966 ILO UNESCO recommendation concerning the status of teachers. However, as we all know, schools are not operated by only teachers. There are many other educational workers to support schools, students, and teachers. They are also playing essential roles in schools. So let me propose you to celebrate today, the World Teachers' Day, for all of us working and dedicating ourselves for schools and education. Today, we are facing historical challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seriously affecting society, schools, economy, and our lives. We are struggling in a great confusion to function and activate our movement to secure quality education, human rights, and workers' rights. However, the crisis also brought us some positive effects. We have more time to think about our priorities in our lives, schools, and communities. It reminds us to discuss together to overcome challenges. Through trial and errors, we are making progress together, even in the crisis. Also, people refreshed their recognition of school education. Online education cannot fully cover the benefits of school education. Schools are crucial to support children to make emotional, social, mental, and physical development. For some disadvantaged students, schools even mean a lifeline to survive and connect with their community. In this regard, schools have essential roles in our community. Therefore, let's celebrate today for all of us. We are a big team. Our solidarity is becoming more and more important to tackle challenges. Let us work hand in hand under the flag of the Education International in order further strengthen international trade union movement and make a better and brighter future for all of us. Thank you very much, your attention.
Thank you, Okajima-san, for your message and very, very warm welcome. Also welcoming us today to the Asia Pacific and to our World Teachers' Day celebration are Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern of New Zealand and President Ing-wen of Taiwan. The Maori are also welcoming us. UNESCO Bangkok Director Shigeru Aoyagi starts our conversation today on how teachers have been taking the lead. Let us hear their greetings. But before then, we'd like to introduce you to Asia Pacific and the work we do in the region.
More than 10 million educators, with 68 member organizations in 36 countries and territories. This is Education International in the Asia-Pacific region, the largest in geographical terms, home to more than half of the people on the planet, and among the most diverse in the world. With that diversity comes a multitude of different learners, environments, and socio-economic challenges. Asia-Pacific region is the second highest violator of workers' rights, next to the Middle East and North Africa. Violence against teachers and students, sexual harassment, discrimination against the LGBT community, layoffs, privatization and commercialization of education, and even natural disasters. These are just some of the problems faced by several Asia-Pacific countries. The United Nations is also worried that none of the sub-regions in Asia-Pacific would be able to meet the 2030 targets of the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which aims for education for all. Amid these challenges, Education International Asia-Pacific unites and supports its member organizations and partners in promoting inclusive and free quality public education, advancing the status and rights of teachers and education personnel, defending human and trade union rights, and strengthening unions to combat threats to public education. We serve as the voice of teachers among organizations in the region, bringing their plight into the consciousness of the world through the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization or UNESCO, the International Labour Organization or ILO, and in cooperation with other global unions. But more importantly, we work closely with the educators' unions and their members from across the region. Education is a human right, a public good, and a public responsibility. It is the most powerful force in our hands to ensure significant improvements in welfare, to foster growth, to unlock potential and innovation we need, and to build democratic and sustainable societies. It is everyone's responsibility to defend the right to education and other fundamental rights. This is why the collective action of teachers, unions, and Education International is very critical in the Asia-Pacific region, taking the lead in advancing human and trade union rights and towards achieving education for all.
Ue mai te a mai o tahuriti o tahurita. Whānau mai ki te ai o te rangi. Ke heke mai o tuanuku. E nuku te ai o taku. E hia nei te pō. E kahu nei te pō. Te pō te whita. Te pō te ara. Ara nui o rarahau e o.
E kuma, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnā tātou I tēnei rā. E te whānau. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Ngā kai ako o te motu. Tēnā tātou. A tātou tamariki, a tātou moko puna. Tēnā tātou katoa. Ko tau mai nei ki tēnei kaupapa. Anei e whakahaere tēnei tātou I tēnei rā. Koe anō ka haere tonu ngā mihi ki o tātou mate. Ngā e tua, kai runga I tēnā o tātou I tēnei wā. Ka mahara atu kia ratauma. O tātou mātua tūpuna, ko mene atu I te pō. Hoi anō ka apiti hono, tātai hono, ko ratau kia ratau, ka apiti hono, tātai hono, a ko tātou hoki ngā kanohe ora. Ko tēnei rā te mihi atu, kia koutou, te kauni hera o ngā kai ako o te motu. Nā koutou I whakarite, koe nehe kaupapa mā tātou tamariki, mā tātou mokopuna I tēnei ata. A ko te kōrero, ko tēnei kaupapa, kai te huri I te ao. E ara naki I roto te tai rāwhiti. Kai te huri ai I te ao. Tēnei kaupapa. Nō reira ko tēnei rā te mihi atu kia tātou katoa. Ngā whānau ko tau mai. Ki te aha, ki te tautoko. O ti rā. Ki te pōhiri. Ia tamanu I te rā. Ko putaake nei, I tēnei wā. Nō reira kia tātou katoa, kua tau nei, ka nui te mihi, o ti rā, kia maumahara tunu tātou kia tātou tunu. Kia pai e tātou noho, I runga te mata o te whenua. Nō reira te whānau, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā tātou te whānau katoa, te whānau o Aotearoa, te whānau o te ao.
tēnā koutou. Tēnā he mihi ki a koutou mo te ata ātāhua. Kei konei, tūranga ākiwa ko ki Aotearoa, tēnā koutou. Ko Waio, ko Jude Karaitiana Hau, he tiamana o te Central East Area Council, NZDI Te Ruiroa, nā mihi ki a koutou. He aha te kaupapa mo tēnei rā, celebrating World Teachers Day. We as teachers have the passion, the commitment, the desire and the willingness to teach our children in our classrooms with a quality education in Aotearoa. We know that this happens across the world. We celebrate with all our kaiako. Here in New Zealand, Aotearoa, early childhood, kindergarten, te kohanga reo, primary schools, our teacher aides, learning support, special needs. We cover all these areas. We're so passionate about it. Today we have come on this wonderful morning to celebrate this across the world. In 2013 we launched the World Teachers Day right on this very spot. We have continued to carry, look at this, we have to continue to carry this whakaaro from the years of 2013 right up to this very day. So we are celebrating with you, with me, with our tamariki, our students over here, our National Secretary, who's coming up before me, after me later. We are here to celebrate it. Can you feel the energy? Can you feel the energy, the tenacity, the commitment of all of us as kaiako here in Aotearoa? So once again, I welcome you to here Gisborne to help celebrate the World Teachers Day. Nā mihi kia koutou.
'Kia ora koutou katoa, and a huge thank you to all the teachers in Aotearoa, New Zealand, who day in and day out work tirelessly to inspire and educate our children, young people and adult learners. Over the past few months, you've gone above and beyond to make sure our students continue to get a great education, despite the challenges thrown up by COVID-19. Thank you. I know this hasn't always been easy, but your dedication is hugely appreciated. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
大家好，我是蔡英文。10月5日是世界教师日，我要代表台湾人民向全世界的教师和教育工作者致上最高的敬意。无论是面对任何的危机和挑战，教师都是在孩子们身边最重要的守护者。今年面对疫情带来的冲击，不论是防疫物资的发送，或者是防疫知识的传递和教导，都需要靠所有的教师的辛苦的付出，才能够打造最坚实的校园防疫网络。在台湾，我们的教师也是防疫英雄队，让台湾成为了全世界唯一没有学校因为疫情而关闭的国家。我要感谢台湾的教师们以及全世界的教育工作者为防堵疫情所做的努力，让所有的孩子的学习和成长不因疫情而中断。我也要感谢所有的教师都用最大的专业和热情，把对知识的理解以及对国家未来的期待传递给我们的下一代，让全球各地的人们可以持续地为这个世界做出更大的贡献。在这里献上来自台湾的祝福，也衷心希望即使身处不同的国家，我们都能够同心协力，一起克服全球共同的挑战。世界教师日快乐！
Dear teachers, colleagues, friends, it is my pleasure to address you all on the occasion of the World Teachers Day 2020. Teacher leadership is crucial for student achievement, school improvement, and educational innovation. It is also key to a healthy future for the teaching profession. Although there is no universal definition of teachers' leadership, it is widely acknowledged that teachers can lead within or beyond classrooms, both formally and informally. Teacher leaders may be decision makers in schools, in administrative duties, or pedagogical and curricular development. They also may work as facilitators of collaboration and learning among fellow educators, as well as supporters of engagement with families and communities. Regardless of the role they assume, teacher leaders exert substantial influence on the future of students, schools, and the whole education sector. The importance of teacher leadership is revisited by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has directly affected 1.6 billion students at all levels and 63 million primary and secondary school teachers. Within a very short time, teachers across the world have had to work individually and collectively to adapt curricula, lesson plans, and the teaching and assessment methods to ensure continuation and the quality of learning for their students. Most of these teachers, especially those in lower income countries, had to tackle such unprecedented challenges with limited or no digital infrastructure. Students, their parents, and the educationists in the world have observed and recognized the circumstances. The COVID-19 has in one sense accelerated digital transformation of education, and the teachers will need to adapt themselves to rapid advancement of the transformation, including online learning and artificial intelligence solutions. This provides both challenges and opportunities for teachers who play an important role in shaping the future of education. By choosing teacher leadership as a theme for World Teachers' Day 2020, UNESCO directly expresses our appreciation to Education International and other partners. We wish to draw global attention to this significant issue and to invite all people with a stake in education to reflect on how to strengthen the role of teachers in crisis responses and in future of education, achieving the Education 2030 agenda. On behalf of UNESCO Asia Pacific Regional Bureau of Education, I'd like to thank all teachers in our region and other parts of the world for their admirable dedication and remarkable efforts, especially during this challenging time. We wish all teachers continued safety.
No other crisis in recent history has exposed the deep inequalities in our societies more than the present pandemic. COVID-19 did not only impact healthcare and economy, but education as well. During the height of the pandemic, schools in over 190 countries have closed, affecting over 63 million teachers and education personnel and more than 90% of the world's student population. In the Asia Pacific, that's equivalent to more than 1 billion students. The United Nations estimates at least 5.9 million pre-primary to university learners in South and West Asia, or 24 million worldwide, are at risk of not returning to school in 2020 due to COVID-19.
Students who live in faraway center of the countryside, they couldn't learn that TV lesson because they have no internet connection and also TV. So it was difficult to study.
I had to learn new applications such as Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and a few other applications such as Google Meet. For that, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and a few other applications. For that, I had to endure hours and hours of online learning. But the challenges did not stop there. Some students did not have the gadgets or had no internet connection, so they couldn't follow my lesson.
Teachers and staffs have not received their salary before and after the lockdown period. The teaching staffs have not been paid for more than 6 months.
Teachers face hardship with their working conditions, such as lack of housing, underpayments in their weeks and the salaries, and they face health difficulties. Yet, they take on their duties and challenges with diligence.
Sa gitna ng pandemya, nakita natin ang pagratsyada ng Anti-Terrorism Act na ang layon patahimikin ang mamamayan. Hinarap natin ang seryosong banta ng COVID-19 habang kasabay na hinaharap ang malalang atake ng Estado sa ating mga karapatang pantao.
The pandemic has demonstrated the needs for a strong, well-resourced and well-equipped public system to respond effectively to unprecedented crisis.
Despite the challenges, teachers and their unions do not falter. They press on, and their communities are taking notice.
I wish to thank all my teachers and all the teachers of Samoa for their love and care of us. Switching to online learning and trying to use this technology for our everyday learning will not be possible without the help of our teachers.
I would like to thank teachers and Fiji Teachers Union for providing help, meals, and other assistance to make it possible for me to attend school.
Isa po sila sa naging inspirasyon po sa akin dahil alam ko po na kung ako ay makakapagtapos ng pag-aaral, hindi lang po para sa aking pamilya ako makakatulong, kundi pati rin po sa mga katulad kong mga dumagat remontado.
But deep-seated, pressing issues remain. Women teachers are worse affected by crisis.
Particularly female head teachers also felt pressure because if something went wrong or something not done correctly, the society would blame them for being incapable by virtue of their gender.
Conflict and violation of human rights also impact the education system.
We are facing 4 challenges: not allocating the necessary budget for education, daily and deduction from salaries, the ongoing Turkish army attack on Kurdistan, which led to the closure of 400 schools, flagrant violation of human rights by the security forces. Some teachers and activities are still in prison.
Amid all these challenges, teachers and their unions in the Asia-Pacific region draw strength from solidarity. Whether it's within or beyond the classroom, they will continue to take the lead throughout the pandemic and beyond.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed that small glimpse of some of the views and comments from around the Asia-Pacific region. And let's now turn our conversation to Australia. We'd like to have a conversation between a couple of friends of mine who also happen to be active leaders globally and locally in the issues that matter to quality education. Pasi Sahlberg is an educator and author with deep experience in education reform. He's currently Professor of Education Policy and Deputy Director of the Gonski Institute at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. And he's been a strong voice against reliance on standardised tests, and especially recently in Australia. Angelo Ghebreyesus is President of the New South Wales Teachers Federation and formerly many things, including EI's Global Response Project dealing with the commercialisation and privatisation of education. An anonymous source told a newspaper reporter earlier this year, the government's very nervous about him. Perhaps, Angela, you can start by telling us what they are nervous about.
Well, Susan, thank you very much for the introduction, and teacher colleagues around the world, happy World Teachers Day. It's great to be joining you on this incredible broadcast, broadcasting live from Sydney, Australia this morning. Before I go any further, can I please acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land upon which we're meeting and the many various lands upon which this broadcast is being received. We pay our respects to elders, past, present, and emerging. It is a privilege to be in studio this morning with a great friend of Education International, a great friend of teachers around the world, our friend Pasi Sahlberg. Pasi, happy World Teachers Day.
Thank you very much, Angelo. Happy World Teachers Day to you too. Thank you.
Pasi, what a year. 2020, who could have predicted the year that we've had? What are some of your initial observations?
Well, we obviously during a day like this, we hear a lot about the disruption and difficulties, but also I think I tend to kind of take the positive things, the sunny side of the thing. And one of them obviously is that so many parents, after these school closures and learning from home, they have realized not only how difficult it is to teach something to your own children, but how important the fact is that we have a thing called school and teachers there every day to taking care of our children.
It's interesting that you started with that dimension there, parents' perspectives towards teachers. In Australia, in New South Wales, there was a survey conducted of parents during the period of the intense period of remote learning, online learning. 99.7% of parents surveyed reported they were satisfied with the work of their child's teacher. 96.6% reported they felt supported by the schools. And in the same research, 91% of parents surveyed said they had a greater level of respect for teachers. Now, Pasi, you recently wrote a piece that has certainly resonated with teachers, not only here in Australia, but around the world, the piece which you called "In Teachers We Trust." Can you just unpack that?
Yeah, I think, Angela, the respect is definitely an important thing. And I think if there's anything good coming out of this crisis is that we are probably going to see more respect to the teachers and the teaching profession as well. But the next thing from that is trust. And that's what many education systems, many cultures have been missing when it comes to teaching and learning, that it's a even if we respect the teachers' work and think that it's an important thing, there's still a long way to go to trusting them as leaders. And today we are celebrating teachers, but we also particularly celebrating the leadership that teachers can and could show. And for me, this kind of a leap that we could now take because of this pandemic and everything that has arrived with that is to really trust more teachers and their professional judgment in terms of not just, what should we change, what the school should look like after this pandemic, but how this change happens. And it's, Angela, it's so easy to have these lists of things that what the new school should look like when the pandemic is over and we return back to so-called normal things. But it's much harder to understand how do we get from here to there. And that's why, what I'm trying to communicate in that little piece and in my work overall is to, trust more teachers in leading our way from here to this new future.
Let's come back to that issue of trust and unpack that a little bit further.
Sure.
But just on the question of respect, and we've heard from prime ministers, leaders, just leading into our segment here, where there was a lot said about respect for teachers, respect that has grown. Whether that's sustained or not beyond the COVID period remains to be seen, and we would certainly hope that it is sustained. But one thing that we need to say, and we need to be, whilst we accept all the positive comments from elected leaders, I think it's fair to say, though, that their attitude towards our teachers and leaders was not always what it should have been during the height of the pandemic. More often than not, teachers and principals were an afterthought
with respect to announcements that went to what needed to be done in schools. Students were very much at the center of the deliberations,
Right.
as they should be, but teachers and principals were an afterthought. Politicians tend to forget that teachers and principals are also mums and dads, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, grandparents, equally concerned about the impact of the pandemic on themselves and their immediate family, but beyond that, stepping up, going over and above the call of duty to look after kids and providing educational continuity. Let's hope politicians have learnt something as well with respect for teachers.
Yeah, and I think that we have an opportunity to really do that, because, you know, many governments, certainly governments, different governments here and in my own country, Finland, and elsewhere, now when they have been managing and dealing with this very complex and complicated situation that has arrived with the pandemic, you know, the most of the governments, some more and better than others, have really relied on the best expertise and experts that they have, namely health and medical experts, you know, asking their opinion. What should we do? How can we, you know, protect the people here and make sure that the nations and countries can survive this? But we haven't always done that in education. It's a more common way to reform national education systems is to write a political program or ideological agenda and then implement that. And just ask teachers and schools to do what somebody else has decided to do. What we have, the opportunity we have now is to try to help these politicians and leaders that, you know, many of them come with good intentions, to treat teachers and the teaching profession in a similar ways by relying the best expertise and experts that often happens to be, by the way, within the teaching profession. It's not necessarily in the research institutions or universities where they, you know, the experts are there as well. But the teachers and the teaching profession has probably the most profound understanding and insight into how can we change the schools to the places that we need to see in the future.
It's interesting you say that, because in the last 3 or 4 or 5 months, every night when we switch on our televisions for the news, the main actor delivering the news and advice is a health expert. It's the chief medical officer. They've become household names, these chief medical officers. So what you're saying and hoping for is that maybe this newfound respect lends itself to a newfound trust where teachers are at the center as chief medical officers are at the center of helping us manage with this pandemic.
Yeah.
Just on trust, what are some of the policy settings that you think we should be trusting teachers on?
Well, you know, one of them is that, of course, the policy leaders in here in Australia and in Finland and many other countries. I think that what they need to think harder now is that what do the new policies and the implementation of these new policies look like? You know, traditionally, as most people know that, you know, it has been a kind of a very rapid design of the program, implementing that, and then realizing that, you know, things didn't work out as we thought. I think now what these policy consequences would be to, you know, rethink this how part of the future. How do we get from here to there? And this how change happens in education could include a kind of a strong component of trusting and relying on teachers, both leadership and expertise in doing things that really makes a difference in the schools. I think too often here in Australia we hear, and I certainly see that when I visit the schools and talk to practitioners, is that they have a kind of a feeling that nobody listens to their opinion and expertise. Nobody's interested in what they have learned during often many years of experience in the school. And they often believe that they would have been able to contribute some knowledge and understanding in particularly this how to change the system, how the schools change, so that, you know, many of these reforms that we have seen here and many other countries would have been more successful.
Well, that's a very novel concept, isn't it? The teacher expert being at the heart of teacher education policy design and implementation.
Yeah, but that's
novel.
But that's what we've seen during these last 6, 7, 8 months, and it's not rocket science. It's just inviting, asking who are the best experts, who are the people here who could help us to understand how to change the thing, and then invite them to the room. That's not the rocket science.
So just on that policy development, design, implementation, Pasi, you coined the term GERM, the Global Education Reform Movement, describing that virus, that there's no irony in that, describing that virus the pandemic that has taken control of the global education reform movement, as you describe it, imposing in many instances quite regressive policies. One of those regressive policies that is being felt around the world is standardized testing, national mass standardized testing. It's interesting that as a result of the pandemic and its effects in Australia, its impact in Australia, the national standardized testing program this year was suspended. It didn't happen. And Pasi, I'm shocked, the sky hasn't fallen in.
Indeed.
And in fact, teachers may have just been using the time more effectively.
Yeah.
What are your observations on GERM, the national standardized testing? There's a big debate in Australia about NAPLAN. The profession is quite definite. It should go. It's got to go. It's an anachronism. What's your observation?
Yeah, Angela, it's a great point here. And, you know, I would say that we didn't need to have the COVID pandemic that has killed thousands of people for us to realize that the time of high-stake, ill-used, wrongly used standardized testing is far over. But now we have the opportunity to really look at, you know, what's happening without those tests and what is the kind of alternative. You know, I'm a little bit concerned about, you know, looking at the conversations here in Australia and some other countries, that it's almost like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic when it comes to rethinking the standardized testing programs. Just having a little bit, you know, testing a little bit different earlier or later, and having new items and subjects in the testing doesn't really make a difference. I think now is the time to really ask this thing, that do we need something like that? What happens if the standardized tests would be different, if the kids would be not tested every year and every child, you know, using these tests that often drive teachers and kids to focus on this very narrow area? You know, what would this standardized testing or student assessment look like after the crisis? And I think, you know, here in Australia, we have all the opportunities to think outside of the box and come with much bolder ideas than what we have had now.
Similarly, we didn't need the pandemic to tell us about massive inequities in our schooling system. Certainly, though, the pandemic has put a spotlight and has exposed the inequities. In some cases, may have deepened inequities as well. You've studied this in terms of the inequities that became apparent with digital online learning, remote learning. What are your observations there?
Yeah, I think the first thing, Angela, that most people probably hear when we talk about inequalities with this pandemic is the unequal access that students have and did have to technology and computers and all these platforms that they have been using. But, you know, there's a kind of a deeper understanding when it comes to equity in education. And I think what we are beginning to see right now is the kind of a fact that, again, we didn't need the pandemic for this, is that there are a number of students in our communities and countries and systems here and everywhere who need school much more than the others to be successful, to do what they need to do and they want to do in their lives. And when this schooling the access to the school is disrupted and they are asked to rely on the technology or alternative medium, you know, that's where the damage will be done. And that's why I think, you know, this understanding is the first of all, that the schools alone cannot fix these inequalities, that this is something that the governments and other policies and the other systems linked to education have to do. But, you know, we don't need this crisis to understand how unequal our education systems are. And you know this better than, you know, anybody else, that UNESCO, OECD, World Bank, you know, all these major organizations, far before this crisis started earlier this year, came up with these appeals that we have a learning and education crisis, mostly because of these inequalities and inequities.
Yet we have governments that exacerbate those inequalities rather than implement policies aimed at ameliorating those inequalities.
Right, but you know, I think it's good to have these conversations. It's a sad that we have the crisis and the pandemic, but it's good that now people are finally, you know, taking, for example, these inequalities in education more seriously and asking these important questions, that what it is that we need to do. And these questions must be asked by, you know, many more people than just the education ministers and people in the cabinets and teachers in the schools and others. You know, this is something that the economists and politicians across the board should sit down now and ask that what can we do if we really want to fix some of these inequalities,
and certainly
here.
And study the evidence.
Exactly, yeah.
Just on that, and our time is running out. There's another global emergency that we're dealing with. It's not only the COVID, there's another global emergency, and that's called the climate emergency. Australia in January of this year was ravaged. And of course, our thoughts are with our colleagues on the west coast of the United States, which is experiencing the consequences of the climate emergency. Your last thoughts and words on the climate emergency and what needs to be done.
You know, Angela, it's the same thing, that we didn't need the COVID pandemic to remind us of the emergency actually that we have in our nature and in our ecosystem here. I think if we can learn, you know, take these lessons that come with the COVID and you know, start to ask ourselves that, you know, what are those other things that we brought into this COVID pandemic with us that we should have actually taken more seriously 10 years ago, 20 years ago, but we didn't do anything. And this global climate crisis is one of those things. So it may be that, you know, the silver lining of this whole thing that we are going through in the end will be exactly this, that we realize that let's take a kind of a more closer look at some of those things that we have to address now, and climate change is certainly one of those things.
On that note, Pasi, I'd love to continue talking with you, but we're getting the wind up here. It's been an incredible year, 2020, a year like no other. And it's probably very hard for any of us to imagine a year that could be any worse at this. We certainly thank all of our teachers here in Australia and around the world for taking the lead. We thank and recognise and salute our students who have taken the lead in a way that adults have failed with respect to the climate emergency. And I know that teachers and students and the broader community will continue to strive to achieve the very best for every child in every community we serve in every country around the world. On that note, we say goodbye from Sydney, Australia, and I hand back over to Susan and David.
Thank you. Thank you, teachers. Bye-bye.
Hi,
well,
Susan.
Thanks very much, Pasi and Angelo, and thank you, and hello to you, David.
Hi.
So that was a very interesting discussion that we've just heard, wasn't it? And a very important one.
It was. Makes me miss them. And as Angela pointed out, it's quite appropriate that the person who coined the term germ is now talking about the pandemic.
And to me, it was so important that they also had that just a very quick discussion at the end about the other crisis, global crisis that we're facing, and that is the crisis of climate change and the impact it's having on the west coast of the US just the moment, but of course many, many examples of that throughout this region, the impact of global crisis, of climate change.
Absolutely. We're sort of facing a number of crises at the same time: climate crisis, economic crisis, crisis of confidence, and some crisis of leadership. So I think they were just right on point.
And I think on that note, David, we can move to the next panel, I believe. So we're going to stay in Australia, everyone, and we're now going to a panel which is going to be convened by the President, the Federal President of the Australian Education Union, Karina Haythorpe, and she has with her Meredith Peace, who is the President of the Victorian branch of the AEU. I will join the panel too. Also the Minister for Education from the state of Queensland, and Alice Leung, who is a teacher from Concord High School, New South Wales. So welcome to you all, and over to you, Karina.
Thank you very much, Susan and David, and greetings to our colleagues across the globe on World Teachers' Day. I'm joining you here from Ghana country in South Australia, and I want to firstly acknowledge the elders past, present and emerging of this country, and acknowledge their deep spiritual and cultural connection to country, the beautiful Adelaide Plains here. This always was and always will be their lands. For Australia, the COVID-19 pandemic arrived just as we were dealing with the worst bushfires in living memory, as Pasi and Angelo have just discussed. And the start of 2020 was unprecedented in terms of its impact on staff wellbeing and on workload. And for AEU members, many were personally impacted or new family members who had lost lives or indeed property and livestock. And for our students, they experienced trauma and hazardous air pollution and dreadful images all over the media with respect to the bushfires rampaging through our country. Many schools required repairs and some even required rebuilding. And yet just a few weeks after school began, we were dealing with COVID-19 and its deep impact on our communities. And I want to acknowledge the incredible dedication of teachers and education support staff across Australia who have rapidly responded to this crisis to ensure that teaching and learning continues for our students. For many, that's meant a shift to an emergency mode of operation with short-term mass closures of schools and also a shift to remote learning. During those first few weeks, it was teachers who worked hours on end to create innovative curriculum delivery via remote learning. And it was teachers who grappled with the day-to-day reality of strict health and safety measures such as social distancing requirements. And it was teachers who provided that critical support for their students who were worried about their safety and learning. And they did this against a backdrop of deep inequality here in Australia, with public schools experiencing a shortfall of about $19 billion of funding across the next 4 years, with digital exclusion experienced by thousands and thousands of students, and particularly those who live in poverty, who live in rural and remote locations, or who come from a disadvantaged background. And as you'd understand, that has significant ramifications for remote learning delivery. But COVID-19 also exposed the fact that despite being a wealthy nation, many schools did not have the IT equipment necessary for remote learning, nor did they have the necessary sanitation equipment and hygiene equipment to ensure the safety and well-being of all staff and students here in Australia. So that has required a rapid response from governments, and our panel today will discuss in more detail how this has impacted on education here in Australia. My first question is to you, Susan. How did teachers across Australia, through their union, lead through the COVID-19 crisis in particular in advocating to the federal government to put in place policies that protect the health and safety of teachers and students?
Well, Karina, I have to say that it was absolutely necessary for teachers, and particularly, of course, their union, the AEU, and the other education unions in Australia, to actually take the lead, because in that period of time in March, it was quite chaotic here, as it was in many countries, as our government tried to grapple with the increased numbers of infections and what that actually meant for our society, including schools. And initially they had followed the advice. The advice was from the chief medical officers that schools were safe. It was safe for us to continue, but we had to follow all the other advice, that is the social distancing, the washing of the hands, all of the other advice that was, of course, absolutely necessary to everyone. And we knew that that wasn't possible in schools. It simply wasn't possible. And so the AEU stepped forward and actually made demands of the government. We wrote to the government. We provided a list of what we believed was absolutely essential if, in fact, schools were to continue, and that we needed to put into preparation what was required if we moved into that emergency mode of operation, that is, we went to remote learning. We were particularly concerned about the lack of PPE. There were many schools that simply didn't have soap, actually. We were particularly concerned about the fact that social distancing wasn't going to happen. We were particularly concerned about teachers who themselves were vulnerable because of their own health. And we were particularly concerned that governments seemed to be more concerned about the economy and more concerned about keeping schools in operation to ensure that workers could actually go to work than they were about the health of the health and safety of those who worked within schools. As a result of that, the government changed their mind, and we did move into that emergency state of remote learning. And many of the issues that we raised were picked up by the state governments, who then took over the whole operation of schools during the pandemic. And the situation remains the same. Much has improved, as we know that many schools now have what is necessary to ensure the health and safety and welfare of not only the students, but also the teachers and education support personnel who work within them. Thanks, Karina.
Thank you, Susan. And of course, the response from the 8 states and territories around Australia has been quite different in terms of COVID-19. So we're now going to go to Meredith in Victoria. And Meredith, how did teachers in Victoria lead through COVID-19 in ensuring that teaching and learning has continued this year in what can only be described as extraordinary circumstances with remote learning, but also that need to protect the health and safety of teachers and students?
Thanks, Karina. If I could describe all of that as one of the most challenging things we've had to deal with, probably.
We can't hear Meredith.
You can't hear me at all?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry. It's been extraordinarily challenging, and those two issues you've highlighted, ensuring the continued teaching and learning of our students, but sitting alongside that, the health and safety of our staff. In terms of the first part of that, there were probably two critical issues for us. You know, how do you make sure that our students continue to get access to high quality education once they've moved into remote learning, which we did during our second term for a period of 5 or 6 weeks. And I will say for Victoria, we've also experienced, as many would be aware, a second wave. So we've been virtually remote learning for the majority of term 3, not really the whole of term 3. So we've had 2 significant periods. One of those issues we had to deal with was one of the issues I've heard Pasi and Angelo talk to. Karina's also referenced it in her introductory remarks, is around equity and ensuring that all students, not just some, had access to that high quality education. One of the most talked about aspects of that, of course, has been technology. But, you know, there have been a whole range of other issues too around the well-being of our kids, the learning environment in their homes, how suitable that was, what kind of support they have in the home environment. And so I think under the radar a little bit has been a huge amount of work by teachers and other staff in our schools to support the learning process for our children, apart from some of those issues around governments coming to the party around ensuring additional technology was provided to those students who didn't have access to digital learning in the way it was being rolled out by the majority of our schools. The other aspect of that, though, has been in terms of teachers' work, in ensuring that teachers have had the time to prepare. And to be honest, I think the efforts of our teaching workforce has been nothing short of extraordinary to effectively flip from classroom learning to remote learning, back to classroom learning for a short period and then back to remote. Their capacity to deal with those challenges has been nothing short of amazing, and they should be roundly congratulated for that. That's involved things like pushing for pupil-free days to ensure staggered arrangements when we did have some students attending at school, ensuring that people had access to professional development supported by the Department of Education, providing online platforms, providing resources and so on to schools to try and make some of those changes a little bit easier. Alongside that is health and safety, though, and we set about talking to the department and the government on a regular basis around many of the issues Susan's already canvassed, so I won't go over those, but that's been a real challenge, having to constantly remind decision makers that this is not just about the learning of the children, but the health and safety of both staff and students, and the fact that we have many adults who are more vulnerable to this virus than our children. making sure that the appropriate arrangements are put in place to protect their health and safety. And that goes to all of the issues Susan's mentioned around hygiene, around additional cleaning, around masks and the provision of masks, limiting numbers of students in classrooms, limiting the close contact of staff and students, and particularly between staff, ensuring access to testing, ensuring that staff are really recognised as being an important part of this process, and that their needs from a health and safety perspective weren't ignored. And that's been an ongoing challenge for 6 months and continues to be, as we've seen with more recent announcements about our gradual return back to the classroom during term 4.
Thanks, Meredith. It's absolutely clear that teachers have been at the forefront of the response, and they really need that support from governments. And we're delighted to have Minister Grace from Queensland here. Minister, how have teachers in Queensland taken the lead through COVID-19, and what measures did the Queensland government put in place to ensure that teachers have been supported during this very difficult year?
Yeah, look, I think I take my hat off to all of the teachers for the remarkable job that they've done. I mean, when you're facing a world health pandemic like this, it doesn't come with any manual or with any guidelines. So we did all we can, obviously, to support teachers as much as possible for the continuity of learning. And they took to it and they developed their own unique context, which, we take our hat off. I think in Education Department, we did a great job in bringing all educators together, all stakeholders together. And in fact, I think we're one of the few states that had a morning meeting of all stakeholders to discuss any issues going forward and how we might be able to address them. And I think we ended up with about 44 in a row in just answering questions, making sure that everyone was clear on the message that we needed to get out to teachers and others, and to just make sure that that support was there for schools to be able to continue the high quality learning and have the resources and the experiences for our students right across Queensland. As you know, Queensland is a very big state, from the Torres Strait right down to the border of New South Wales. It's a very large state, and it was just wonderful to see the teachers embrace the new and flexible approaches to the education delivery, right through from early childhood right through to high school. They engaged in professional learning to strengthen their skills, and that was made available, offering curriculum programs using online platforms, of course. And I know that many other states use some of our platforms here in Queensland at the same time. We forged professional learning communities within and beyond the school gate to support one another as colleagues, and that, I believe, worked really well. They united with staff from around Queensland, to connect and collaborate, sharing expertise and resources. And it's amazing some of the innovative ways early childhood educators actually took to it, as well as school teachers and high school teachers at the same time. Look, I think we strengthened our partnerships with parents and caregivers, and I think teachers did a wonderful job. As we know, they are co-learners with their child, and I think those that embraced that did very well with teachers, and I think their children gained quite a bit through that as well. Look, I think we need to celebrate teachers in Queensland for their dedication, commitment, creativity, and to a certain degree resilience. This was a tough gig, and they did a fantastic job. And teachers did more than just merely adapt and accommodate. They took on all of the resources that were available to them. They were highly innovative, they were effective, they had some great deliverables, and the quality of teaching and learning for all students, I think, no matter the circumstances, was certainly delivered, in my view, in that expert way that our educators here in Queensland do. Now, the government was there to make sure that the system supported them, that it gave them every assistance that they had. I mean, is it perfect? We're a very diverse state. Some used paper, some used digital. We made sure that teachers had enough equipment for the school students, that they were able to link. They had resources at their fingertips, and I think that the system worked well with individual schools and educators to really deliver a high quality remote learning experience. And I think we've learned a bit from it, and I think we can always do better. But I think that we've hit a bit of a reset button, I think, in the way that we deliver education. And I think this has given us the ability to tease out those wonderful, innovative practices that teachers do every day in the classroom. And COVID certainly had no limitation of wonderful stories that we can not only share here in Australia, but worldwide as well.
Thank you very much, Minister. And we're now going to hear from Alice, because Alice, you've been in the classroom teaching through a global pandemic, and we're very keen to hear about your experiences during that time. What have you learnt about yourself and your colleagues throughout this year?
So throughout the pandemic, when we had our schools closed, it was a very surreal and challenging experience. And I think what I've learned about myself and my colleagues is that not only are we adaptable and very agile in making sure that regardless of where we are, whether we are in the classroom face-to-face with our students, or some of them are in the classroom and some of them are learning remotely online, that we rose to the challenge and ensure that regardless of the circumstances, our students can still access high quality education. So, in New South Wales, we, had our students learn from home mostly in about late term 1 to the first few weeks of term 2. And what we did was we did literally transform how we taught overnight. One day you had all of your students and all of your classes in front of you face to face, and the next day, the majority of them were learning from home. Some teachers were working on site at school, and some teachers were teaching from home. So it was a very dramatic change, in a very challenging set of circumstances. And every single teacher that I've worked with, all of my colleagues at school, were able to rise to that challenge and carry on and push through and ensure that there is learning continuity for every single one of their students. We had to, quickly put together professional development, professional learning on the various, digital platforms, making sure that, whilst teachers had that learning and were able to choose what they felt comfortable with, we also had to make sure that we all had to agree on, a selected few digital platforms so that our students had a consistent user experience when they were logging online, regardless whether they were learning maths or science or English, that their experience wasn't dramatically different and they were still able to to have a consistency. It was when I look back now, because in New South Wales, we've had face-to-face, I guess, normal learning for a while now, and when I think back, I'm going, it was such, it was a very surreal time, and I think a lot of the other panelists have said, it was just absolutely amazing to see teachers just rise to that challenge. They put their students' learning first. They made sure that no child was left behind. They did absolutely everything that they could, and that usually involved spending a lot of external hours outside of school times and make sure recorded lessons were made. They were confident and competent with all the new digital platforms that they had sometimes very minimum exposure to prior to to the pandemic, and everyone was able to make sure that every child had the learning that they deserved. So it was a very challenging time, but I think we were able to come up with a lot of different ways to be innovative, and we made sure that we delivered the absolute highest quality education that we possibly can.
Thanks very much, Alice. We've just got a few minutes left, so we'll just ask for a short contribution to this next question. Meredith, I'll start with you. As we look back on 2020, how do you think parents and the wider community will view the work of teachers this year?
I could describe that in one word, very positively, I think. I think that's been one of the upsides of what's been a really difficult period, that there's been a lot of positive chatter, if you like, through the media in particular, around the important work that schools do with our young people. I think some of those things, though, in particular, our parents in particular, I think, have a better understanding of what their kids do at school, much more beyond the perhaps dinner table conversation that might occur. How was your day? Good. What did you learn? Oh, not much. I think parents now have a much greater understanding of what is actually going on in our classrooms. And I think they also have a much better understanding of the complexities of teachers' work. And I think that can only be a really good thing. And one final comment, and that is, I think we've seen much greater strengthening of the connections between parents and schools, where parents have been able to see much more clearly what's happening in the classroom, but equally, I think teachers and staff more broadly understanding the circumstances that their children are coming from and how they've coped with this. So I think there's been a lot of really positive learning on both sides, and hopefully we'll be able to use those experiences to continue to build on some of those positives in the future.
Thanks, Meredith. And I've got a question for Alice. Alice, as teachers, what have we learned about the importance of investing in a strong public education system post-COVID-19?
I think as teachers, equity has been again thrust into the forefront in terms of a post-COVID-19 world. And I agree with the other previous panelists have said that we can't return to the old normal. I think COVID-19, what teachers have learned is that not all children, and that we've known about this before, but it has just really emphasized that not all children have the same access, to enable them to achieve the best that they can. I led whole school technology during the COVID-19 pandemic when the New South Wales schools closed. And, it was about, really quickly finding out which students did not have their own laptop at home, so they couldn't engage in online remote learning, which families didn't have internet access at home. And there were quite a few families that, that didn't. And I think it's just basically, highlighted and really re-emphasized to teachers and the wider community that we need to invest in public schools, in public education, to ensure that every single child can have access to high quality education so that they can achieve the absolute best that they can according to their potential. And, it's not a child's fault. They're born into the circumstances that they were born into. It's not their fault that they were born into a family who can't organise and afford a internet connection or their own device and so forth. So it's in the end, in the pandemic, it was the schools and that provided those resources to those students so that they can have that equity access to education.
Thanks, Alice. And Minister, for governments, what, if anything, do you think government should have done differently this year?
Oh, my goodness me. If only I had a crystal ball, I would love to have predicted this and to have been prepared. But I'm with Alice. I mean, I think teachers did an amazing job. And I think what we need to obviously ensure is that the system supports when the supports are not only required in a World Health pandemic, but throughout. And what we have learned is that it is very important that we reach out to every single student, and no matter where they live in Queensland, we aim to do that, and obviously making sure that they have the support, the devices, that teachers and educators have the support that they require through wellbeing programs, professional development, and all the assistance that they need. Obviously, they can't do it alone, so we need to ensure they've got adequate staff in schools to support them, like teacher aides and admin staff and your guidance officers. I think what we've learned is it takes a team to really work together to assist that teacher in front of the classroom, the principal, all the educators, to deliver that high quality education. And we're working with not only teachers across Queensland, the Teachers Union, and obviously learning from this about what can we do to improve and make Alice's job a lot easier in that classroom, but also to ensure that we're providing a world-class education to our students in Queensland, no matter where they live, because I know we have world-class educators in front of those classrooms every single day. So happy World Teachers Day to the wonderful teachers, not only here in Queensland, Australia, but to around the world. Alice, you and your colleagues and Susan and Meredith and Karina do an absolutely amazing job, and it's an honour to be the Minister for Education here in Queensland.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I'll just ask Susan for a final contribution in terms of a union perspective on what government should do differently.
Look, just 2 points, because I think actually the points that have already been made are excellent. The first one, and this is about what governments should learn and take into the future. The first is that the Education Union has to be at the table right from the very beginning. The dialogue with the union is essential to actually responding to to a pandemic or any other crisis that we are facing in education. And secondly, and I think Alice described this perfectly when she talked about the inequalities that already existed. We know that the inequalities exist in Australia. They exist because, for many reasons, but we do know that we have incredible inequality in the way schools are funded across this country. And we need to fix this. And this is the message for governments, that the pandemic has actually widened the gaps, if you like, or has highlighted the gaps and the inequalities. We need government to step up and actually ensure that the funding is there for us to ensure that equality does exist. And I think that's the very strong message we would give government.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you so much to all of our panellists today. It's been an excellent conversation, and on behalf of the Australian Education Union, I'd like to also acknowledge all of our colleagues internationally and wish you a happy World Teachers' Day. Back to you, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, yes, and let me thank Karina and the panel for that discussion, which we hope that you found very interesting. And now we're going to move from Australia and look at the rest of the region. From looking at the policy level, we go into the classroom that has become either virtual, online, or totally closed. How are teachers and students doing during the pandemic? Almost in all countries, teachers have had to resort to different forms of emergency teaching to continue learning. And we have heard a lot of stories of how challenging it has been, not only for teachers and students, but for the parents as well.
Very tough time for all of us. COVID-19 has created a lot of problems. Schools are closed. Students are locked in their houses. They are not even to step outside of their houses. Connection between a teacher and students is lost completely. This technology is completely new for all of us. But for the sake of students, we are trying a lot. Teachers are using laptops to teach their students. Though they are not much familiar, but they are trying hard to be familiar with the new technologies just to teach their students. The teachers who don't have the facility of laptop, they are using their mobile phone to stay connected with students and run online classes.
It's very awesome to attend online classes during this pandemic. I'm very happy to learn things in this way. It's very helpful to all of us. Thanks to all the teachers that they are doing such a hard work for every child. Thank you.
படிக்கிறது சுத்தமா இல்லைங்க சார். ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் ரொம்ப மிஸ் பண்றோம். நான் 4th 3rd டைம் வந்து இப்போ 5th வந்துருக்கேன். அடுத்த வருஷம் 6th போகிறேன். பெரிய கிளாஸ் போகிறேன். இப்போ 5th என்ன நடத்துகிறாங்க, என்ன இங்கிலீஷ் மீடியம் இது இருக்குல்ல, அந்த கல்வி தொலைக்காட்சியில் இங்கிலீஷ் மீடியம் சொல்லி தரதில்லை, தமிழ் மீடியம் தான் சொல்லி தராங்க. நாங்கள் வந்து இங்கிலீஷ் மீடியம், ஆனால் அங்கே தமிழ் மீடியம் சொல்லி தரதுனால எங்களுக்கு புரியல. அப்புறம் அங்கே 8வது சொல்லி தராங்களா, எதுக்கு சொல்லி தராங்கன்னு தெரியல சார். சார் ஸ்கூலில் சொல்லி தந்தால் தான் சார் கொஞ்சம் மண்டல் ஏறும். இப்போ ஆன்லைன் கிளாஸு அதெல்லாம் ஸ்கூலு அதான் தொலைக்காட்சிலாம் போடுறாங்கல்ல, அந்த கல்வி தொலைக்காட்சி அதெல்லாம் பார்த்தா அவ்வளோவா அவங்க நடத்திக்கிட்டே போவாங்க. நம்ம ஸ்கூலில் இருந்தால் தானே நம்ம அவங்கள பார்த்து படிக்கிறதுக்கு. நம்ம வீட்டில் இருந்தால் நம்ம எங்கேயாவது கவனித்து இருந்தால் அவங்க எப்படி நீங்கள் பாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது ஸ்கூலில் கவனிச்சா தானே நீங்கள் பாருன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, நம்ம பார்த்து படிப்போம். ஆனால் அங்கே அந்த மாதிரி வசதிகள்லாம் இல்லை சார். ஸ்கூலில் இருந்தால் தான் சார் நல்லா படிக்க முடியும். சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறாங்க சார் தெரியும். கீழே சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தா அவங்க யாருக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறாங்க டக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு சொல்லிட்டு போயிடுறாங்க சார். எதுவும் நம்ம அங்கே வேடி பார்த்துன்னு இருப்போம், அவங்க டக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு போயின்னே இருக்காங்க. ஏதாவது புரியலன்னா கூட அப்படியே சொல்லிட்டு போயிடுறாங்க சார். ஸ்கூலில் படிக்கிறதுனால கொஞ்சம் மிஸ்ஸு கூட எங்கேயாவது வேடி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கவனின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க சார். ஆனால் ஸ்கூலில் படிக்கிறது தான் சார் பெஸ்ட்.
அந்த கிளாஸை அட்டன் பண்ண முடியல. சரியான டைமு எங்களுக்காக தெரியல. அதனால என்ன இருந்தாலும் ஸ்கூலில் நம்மளுக்கு டீச்சருங்க சொல்லி கொடுக்குற கல்வி தான் நம்மளுக்காக பெஸ்ட்.
எல்லாம் நாங்கள்லாம் கூலிக்கு வேலைக்கு கூலிக்கு போனால் தான் எங்களுக்கு சாப்பாடு அப்படின்றப்போ ஒரு சூழ்நிலைகள்லாம் பார்த்தா ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான சூழ்நிலை நாங்கள் இருக்கோம். நாங்கள் பின்தங்கி இருக்கோம். இந்த பார்த்தா
சரி சார், மாணவர்களை கூட்டுற பேரண்ட்ஸுங்களுக்கும் சரி, அவங்களுக்கு மாஸ்க்கு, ஹேண்ட் சானிடைசர் இதெல்லாம் ஏற்பாடு பண்ணா நல்லா இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி கிருமி நாசினி டெய்லி ஸ்கூல்ல தெளிச்சு ஸ்கூலை சுத்தி நல்லா சுத்தமா வச்சுட்டு இருந்தாங்க இந்த நோய் பரவல் இல்லாம நம்ம கொஞ்சம் கண்ட்ரோலா வச்சுக்கலாம். அது மாதிரி கொஞ்சம் ஏற்பாடு பண்ணி நீங்க ஸ்கூல் ஓப்பன் பண்ணீங்கன்னா எங்க பசங்க தைரியமா ஸ்கூல். ஏன்னா அந்த நோய் பரவல் எல்லாம் நமக்கு அந்த கிருமி நாசினி தெரிஞ்சு பண்ணாங்க நல்லா இருக்கும். கொஞ்சம் நல்லா இருக்கும் பசங்க சொல்றது.
We have already started to use these alternate ways of teaching to our students by conducting the classes through online. Students are able to learn whenever they want and whenever they have time.
And we also insisted about free materials given by the government like books, notebooks, school bags, uniforms, slippers, and many scholarship like SC, ST, NDC for women and also minority scholarship. We also insisted and encouraged the parents to admit their children, students in our school. Parents' fear about corona should be clear so that make them to send their children courageously. Advertisement should be done on free materials given by the government and also about English medium education.
Thank you, teachers.
Female teachers from public schools, and we're living in a joint family, like an extended family. They were expected to do all the chores, household chores, that they would usually not able to do when they were going to school every day. And for others who had little children, it was a challenge to keep them engaged, entertaining the little ones while taking the online classes. Particularly female head teachers also felt pressure because if something went wrong or something not done correctly, the society would blame them for being incapable by virtue of their gender. And so they were afraid of that. And then the social media also give them pressure as well as inspiration. For example, if somebody posted about some schools doing good or doing something innovative, they felt pressure or inspiration to do that. So they were managing multiple tasks in that sense. And some public school women teachers also were concerned about the post-COVID situations. They said that their students might come to school with multiple different kinds of mental and physical issues and states, and they would be the ones who would be taking care of them because male teachers usually do not put hands on such tasks. So it was like homeschool mirroring.
pandemi COVID memang menjadi musibah dunia. Namun, bukan berarti pandemi COVID ini akan menghentikan proses pembelajaran di Indonesia. Justru ini akan menjadi pengalaman baru dan tantangan bagi Bapak Ibu guru di SMA PGRI 2 Kayen. Pembelajaran selama pandemi ini lebih menitikberatkan pada pembelajaran jarak jauh atau pembelajaran online. Ini menjadi pengalaman baru bagi Bapak Ibu guru untuk memanfaatkan teknologi. Misalnya saja dalam pembuatan media-media pembelajaran, namun bukan berarti pembelajaran ini tanpa kendala. Karena sebagian besar siswa di SMA PGRI 2 Kayen tinggal di daerah pegunungan yang jauh dari sinyal atau akses internet. Kami punya terobosan dengan melakukan home visit ke lokasi-lokasi siswa yang tinggal di daerah terpencil sehingga pembelajaran tetap berjalan. Dulu-dulu sebelum ada pandemi, pembelajaran masih banyak berorientasi di kelas tanpa memanfaatkan teknologi, namun sekarang kita sudah memulai. Sehingga ketika nanti pandemi ini berakhir, harapan kami Bapak Ibu guru juga lebih kreatif dan inovatif dalam mengemas pembelajaran di sekolah yang dikombinasikan dengan pembelajaran online.
Mencerdaskan putra-putri bangsa tanpa mengenal lelah, membimbing dan menuntun putra-putri kami tanpa mengharapkan balasan. Dan kami sebagai orang tua hanya bisa mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak dan Ibu guru yang telah sangat berjasa bagi pendidikan anak kami.
All the people across the globe are facing the same problem, that is COVID-19, which affect the learning and teaching process of our students and teachers. But as a representative of 3,300,000 teachers, members of PGRI, and more than 65 million students in Indonesia, would like to humbly ask all of you to always focus on providing the best service while practicing tight health protocols such as always wear a mask, repeatedly wash our hands, and keep decent distance with other people so that our students still can learn meaningfully.
今日はですね、今世界で拡大が広まっている新型コロナウイルスの感染症の拡大の話で、拡大を防ぐために、政府から日本の場合には3月にですね、学校の一斉休業の要請がありました。事前に連絡もなくですね、何の準備もできないまま、突然の休業となり、学校現場は大変混乱をし、その対応に日々追われました。保護者は在宅となる子どもに対応するため、休暇の申請など勤務先の対応に追われたり、仕事を休むことによる賃金カットや雇い止めになったりする事態も起こったり、大きな影響が社会的にもありました。3月は日本では年度末にあたり、子どもたちにとっては進級や卒業、就職などの大切な節目の時期となっています。しかしですね、卒業式もできなかったり、3月末で閉校となる学校の式典も中止になったり、きちんとお別れやお祝いができないまま旅立っていくことになってしまい、子どもたちの心のケアも心配されました。養護教員の立場から見たそんな3月のですね、年度末や春休み、子どもや教職員の様子はどんなだったのかなというふうにまずは思います。
私は4月からこの日教組に、来るようになりましたが、3月突然の、休校ということで、北海道は先駆けて、私北海道のから来たんですけれど、北海道は先駆けて休業になったということで、子どもたちも前の日に十分な説明もされないまま給食食べて、今日なんか早く帰ることになったよっていう連絡のまま返されて、次の日からパタリと登校がなくなったというところで、子どもたちも本当に私たちも含めてどうしたらいいのっていうのは正直な気持ちでした。感染自体は地域には全然患者さんがいたわけでもないし、本当に遠い世界の話だと思ってたところなのに、いきなり全部の北海道の全部の学校が休校になったということは、ちょっとやっぱり私にとってもショックでした。子どもたちもそういう気持ちだったと思います。
そして6月にはですね、ほぼ全国的に学校再開となりました。養護教員の立場から分散登校、あるいは学校再開にあたり、子どもや教職員の様子、あるいは保健室での子どもの様子などについてはどうだったのかなと、このあたりはどうでしょうか。
6月のその再開までの間は、その子どもの再登校に向けて準備を進めるということで、ただ新型コロナのことも十分によくわからないままで、消毒液やマスクもない中でも何か感染対策を、予防対策をしなきゃいけないということで、学校は本当に混乱してたようです。で、養護教員は学校に1人しかいないんですが、私たちも一応医学の知識を多少持って学校にはいますが、でも医者や看護師ではないので、一応専門知識は持ってはいても、私たちもわからない中で、でも学校に1人しかいない立場でみんなの中心になって、その感染予防対策を考えなければならない、率先してやらなければいけないということがすごく大変だったというふうに聞いています。そして、再開するときにはなかなか学校の中でもこういうふうにしていったらいいねということが十分に確認ができなかったり、隣の学校と歩調は揃えることもなかなかできなかった。こちらの学校で決めたこととこちらの学校で決めたことが一緒じゃなかったりして、小学校はやってるのに中学校はどうしてこういうことしてくれないのっていうことがあって、とても辛い、それに合わせられない状況が辛かったというふうに聞いています。
Монгол Улсын засгийн газраас болон мэргэжлийн байгууллагаас гаргасан тушаа шийдвэр заавар зөвлөмжийг Монгол Улсын боловсролын байгууллагууд амжилттай сайн хэрэгжүүлж ажилласан.
It was too difficult for me and my colleagues the first time because we had no experiences to teach TV lesson. Most difficult thing is just talk for 20 minutes. We just prepared our lesson by slide, PowerPoint.
Цар захлын үед нөхцөл байдалтайгаа уялдуулан багш нар маань сурагчдтай, эцэгчүүдтэй, за мөн удирдлагуудтайгаа байнгын цахим орчинд ажиллаж байгаа. Ер нь шинэ орчинд, шинэ зүйлд сурахын тулд бол багш нар маань илүү их ажлын ачаалалтай бол ажиллаж байна.
I'm happy to sharing my experience about TV lesson, and during the quarantine time we prepared 4,534 online lesson, and 160 to 165 days we had classroom lesson, but 85 to 90 days lesson we prepared that TV lesson.
Дэлхийн нийтийг хамраад байгаа энэ цар тахлын үед Монгол улс эх орныхоо дамглан тавин байдлыг хамгаалах, ард иргэдийнхээ эрүүл ахуйг хамгаалах зорилгоор 2020 оны 1 сарын 27-ны өдрөөс эхлээд өндөржүүлсэн бэлэн байдал зарсан. Хүүхэд залуустаа, оюутан сурагч нартаа хичээл сургалтын үйл ажиллагааг тасралтгүй чанартай хүргэх талаар ингээд идэв санаачлагтай ажиллаа. Багш нар маань цахим сургалтаар хичээл заах
students who live in far away center of the countryside, they couldn't learn that TV lesson because they have no internet connection and also TV. So it was difficult to study. Students, they don't have the smartphone or TV, they can't learn by TV lessons.
Өндөржүүлсэн бэлэн байдлын үед ерөөсөө боловсролын салбарт тавьж байгаа гол зорилго багш нарын маань бол одоо бас хичээж байгаа гол зорилт нь бол ерөөсөө энэ цаг үед хүүхдүүддээ тасралтгүй боловсролыг л олгох. За Монгол улсын боловсролын салбарын цахим шилжилт хийгдсэн цахимаар хичээлээ заасан, онлайнаар хичээл заасан энэ туршлага бол ЮНЕСКО-гоос болон дэлхийд даяар бол энэ манай одоо хийсэн үйл ажиллагааг бол нэлээд сайшааж ер нь бол бодтой үр дүнтэй ажил боллоо гэж дүгнсэн.
I'm happy and sad because happy it is because I collected more experience with other colleagues. I hope it will be better very soon. So stay your home, stay safe.
Багшийн мэрэгжлийг эзэмшиж, багшийн мэрэгжлээр бахарж, багшийн мэрэгжлээр амьдарч байгаа дэлхийн багш нартаа
тасралтгүй боловсролыг олохдоо чанартай боловсролыг яаж олох вэ гэдэг одоо бүхэл арга хэлбэрийг хэрэглэж ингэж ажиллаж байгаа нь бол үнэхээр бахархууштай байгаа. Тэгээд ингээд та бүхэндээ бүгдэнд нь Монголын болон за дэлхийн багш нарын баярын өдрийн мэндийг дэвшүүлье. Бүгдэнд нь ажлын амжилт хүсье.
Papua New Guinea belongs to over 7,000 different culture groups. This is Papua New Guinea.
Greetings to our colleagues in the world from Papua New Guinea Teachers Association. I am Ugalubu Mike Smoana, General Secretary of PNG Teachers Association. Congratulations to all teachers of the world. This year's World Teachers Day is a very special celebration. Congratulations to our PNG teachers for ensuring that education delivery continued after the lockdown, during the lockdown, and post-lockdown. I am proud to announce that our teachers persevered throughout to ensure that children are not missing out so much.
My name is Gabriel Manga and I am the principal of Tokarara Secondary School. At Tokarara, we have redesigned our daily weekly routine. We have suspended all other activities that happens in a normal school, like sports and work parade and all those things. So we are focusing mainly on student learning. We want to try to recover as much of the lessons that we have missed during those the 2 lockdowns. We've done reasonably well in recovering lost teaching and learning time.
I'm Mrs. Guy, head teacher Ororo Primary School. We are observing our mini independence celebrations here at the school with activities from different classes. They are performing our local traditional dancing from different areas into music. Normally we have big celebrations in the school, but this year we decided to put to a small mini one because of the COVID-19, and also we don't have enough resources. With that, we do not want to observe it as something big happening in the schools. We wanted to at least celebrate the 45 years of independence in Papua New Guinea.
Greetings from PNGTA. I'm Tony Tom, Chairman of Women and Youth Network, PNG. Teachers have been the force that stands to ensure that learning activities of students continue, despite the effects of COVID-19 in PNG.
And my name is Stanford Faki. I'm doing grade 8
at Aurora Primary School, and want to say thank you to our teachers for their time, even though the COVID-19 lockdown and some topics that we didn't cover, but we tried our best to cover those topics and we catch up some topics that we didn't cover. As for us students, we are cooperating with our teachers, and so thank you.
Teachers face hardship with their working conditions, such as lack of housing, underpayments in their works and the salaries. They face health difficulties, yet they take on their duties and challenges with diligence. We therefore believe in the term that teachers designs the future of tomorrow. With that, we stand together in celebrating the World Teachers' Day in PNG and teachers across the globe. Thank you and God bless.
In a survey conducted by the Singapore Teachers Union, gathering over 1,300 responses, teachers and teacher educators report how home-based learning has also meant longer preparation time and greater concern about students and their own well-being. But for all that, teachers and the teaching profession are also now being better appreciated. In a survey of 1,000 parents in New South Wales, 91% reported that following the lockdown, they had a greater level of respect for teachers. Parents saw how hard the teachers work, and they too have built a connection with the teachers.
We give praise and honor to our Father in heaven for keeping all of the people of Samoa safe from COVID-19. We are still COVID-19 free, and we pray that we will continue to be so. On this World Teachers' Day 2020, and as Minister of Education, Sports and Culture in Samoa, I would like to pay respect to all the teachers globally, as well as our own teachers here in Samoa. The World Teachers' Day theme of Teachers Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future is fitting as the world grapples with the COVID-19 pandemic. We depend on you to build resilience amongst our students to see us through this difficult time. Wishing you all a wonderful World Teachers' Day celebration in 2020. Soifu.
All societies and countries depend on the work of teachers to teach and equip the young generations to deal with problems and issues that arise globally and nationally. As the COVID-19 pandemic rages on, and as livelihoods and nationhood become increasingly vulnerable to the unprecedented impacts of the pandemic, I wish all the teachers around the world to persevere and to persist in the pursuit of quality education for our children. Wishing you all a great World Teachers' Day in 2020. Faftai.
I would like to speak on behalf of all the parents around Samoa. We would like to honor all teachers around the world on this World Teachers' Day, and to thank especially the teachers of Samoa for their patience and care of our children in school. We pay respect and thank all the teachers who are the backbone of our society.
Alofa. I wish to thank all my teachers and all the teachers of Samoa for their love and care of us. Switching to online learning and trying to use this technology for our everyday learning will not be possible without the help of our teachers.
Teachers all over the world are expected to lead in times of crisis. Teachers build resilience in the minds of children so that in adulthood they are able to deal with difficulties that arise. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is difficult to imagine what it would be like afterwards and how far away that is as the pandemic continues to wreak havoc around the world. I wish all the teachers in Samoa and around the globe the courage, resilience, and love to continue to fight on.
On behalf of children of Kiribati, I am delighted to convey word of gratitude to all teachers in Kiribati for their hard work in teaching us all. Your passion enlightens our learning journey so that we are able to understand a lot of concepts and skills. We become knowledgeable children, and in the future we will make use these concepts and skills in real life and become useful and fruitful. We are grateful for all your continuous assistance in supporting us in our learning during COVID-19 lockdown. You taught us how to avoid COVID-19 using these steps. Always wash your hands with water and soap and distancing 2 meters from your friend.
Teachers, you are light shining light onto our learning pathway in reaching our full potential. Thank you very much.
As we celebrate this Teachers' Day, it's important to take note of the gratitude we are hearing for teachers and educators everywhere. And certainly those videos have hit me right here in my heart. But every day in many parts of the world, including our own, teachers and their unions and their communities are pushing for democratic participation and accountability, and being met not with gratitude, but with resistance. Demagogues don't like democratic unions or quality public education. And educators and their communities are feeling a responsibility to confront anti-democratic and authoritarian governments to shape the national response to the pandemic and the path forward. In this next segment, we will move into the area of these human rights and civil action. And we will start with an important video on the fight against a repressive law in the Philippines.
Kahit sa mga kasama kong guro, tuloy-tuloy ang laban. Ipagtatagumpay natin ito.
Kumusta na, guro? Maghapon ka bang nakayupo? Nasaan ang sinasabing ikaw ay isang bayani?
Ngayong 2020, sa gitna ng pandemya, ay wala pa ring pagpipreno ang pamahalaan sa pagsusulong ng mga batas na ang layon ay lalo pang gipitin, pahirapan at busalan ang mamamayan. Nakita natin ang pagratsyada ng Anti-Terrorism Act na ang layon patahimikin ang mamamayan.
Ibig sabihin, pwedeng anything na protest or advocacy ko, madali para sa mga kapulisan, sa military, para i-allege na terrorism yun. Mas madaling itag na communist or terrorist yung ating mga organizations ng mga kaguruan.
Kaya naniniwala po kami na dapat ang anti-terror law ay ibasura sapagkat ito ay lumalabag sa kalayaan ng mga akademiko, ng mga guro na mamili ng kanilang ituturo at na malayang makapagpahayag sa kanilang mga klase.
Sa mismong kalayaan ng pag-iisip, hindi lamang ng ating mga universidad at paaralan, kundi ng ating buong bayan.
Yung mensahe ko sa Estado, tama na yung tama na yung mga pangharas sa mga mamamayang Pilipino.
Dahil lamang sa kapalpakan nilang tugunan yung demokratikong panawagan ng mga kaguruan. Ang tanging kailangan gawin ay tugunan itong mga pangailangan na ito at hindi po naging solusyon kahit kailan yung pagtitil sa karapatang pantao.
Yung hindi magiging hadlang yung harassment, pananakot, para ipagpatuloy pa yung paglaban para sa disente at nakabubuhay na sahod sa benepisyo sa karapatan.
No, ang pagiging union ay hindi pagiging terorista. Unionista ay isang karapatang sinasaklawan ng ating salibong batas.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce Kailash Satyarthi. It's almost enough to pass by his other accomplishments and simply note that Kailash is a recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. But he's also my friend and a genuine hero to millions of people on the planet for his work before and after his laureate status. He bears the physical scars left from attacks he endured while fighting against child labour. He is a fierce advocate for teachers worldwide. And he is a global leader in the global movement for human rights. Welcome, Kailash. Your foundation, Kailash, produced a report several weeks ago urging governments to follow the protocols established by Education International and others for the safe return to school. You said the safe reopening of schools was the single biggest intervention needed, not only to stop the erosion of learning, but to put back in place vital protections for children. Can you talk about the protections that schools provide? Kailash, I think we need you to unmute. Can you please unmute, Kailash? Just while we're sorting that out, can I just remind everybody that they can use hashtag 5octlive to join the conversation that we're having on social media. And it's a very lively conversation. So I please ask you to join. Now, do we have Kailash back? Kailash, welcome.
I am here. Hi, Susan. I am here, but I cannot hear you properly. You are
I'm sorry to hear
audible.
that.
I don't know.
No, so I'll repeat the question I was going to ask you, and hopefully you will be able to get it more clearly. Kailash, your foundation produced a report several weeks ago which urged governments to follow the protocols established by EI and many others for the safe return to school. And you said the safe reopening of schools was the single biggest intervention needed, not only to stop the erosion of learning, but to put
I'm
back in place
extremely
further
sorry,
protection.
Suzanne. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear anything. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Can somebody in the background?
Little bit.
Okay, so perhaps we just like to ask you to talk about the importance of reopening schools.
Could you please repeat?
We'd just like to ask you to talk about the importance of reopening schools to young people. Can you hear me now? They think it's my microphone, so I'm not sure.
Yes.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Good. Okay. Well, it's your foundation produced that report a few weeks ago, urging governments to follow the protocols which we have established. You said the safe reopening of schools was the single biggest intervention needed, not only to stop the erosion of learning, but to put back in place protections for children. Perhaps you could talk to us about the protections that schools provide.
Well, first of all, let me tell you that this crisis is not simply a health crisis or economic crisis. It is a very deep crisis of education. It's a crisis of justice. And because it's a crisis of education, it becomes the crisis of civilization. You cannot protect humanity, you cannot protect justice, you cannot protect civilization without an education. And why I'm saying it? Because this pandemic has exposed and exacerbated the ongoing gaps and weaknesses in education itself. For example, out of 1 billion students of primary and secondary schooling, those who are not in classrooms today, almost half of them have no access to online learning or internet facilities and so on. We also know that 375 million children and their families largely depending on school feeding programs or conditional cash transfer or other incentives. So they are losing this. So this is important that once we plan to reopen the schools, the safety of children, particularly the marginalized children, along with their incentives or midday meals and other schemes have to be in place. But a lot of education, a lot of sensitization is needed in the families as well as in the communities. Of course, teachers have to play the lead role in it, but it is also the responsibility of the state to make sure that when the schools are open, children are safe, teachers are safe, both should be safe. It is not just that children do not have any access, many children don't have access to online learning, but many teachers don't have access to online teaching as well. So that gap has to be fulfilled with the priority simultaneously when we make sure that the schools have enough water, enough soaps, enough distance to maintain, masks, and everything is provided. But most important thing is that we have to make sure that their parents who are marginalized and poor parents, they should be provided with additional support, additional hand, so that they can send their children back to school. Every time when there was pandemic or there was crisis, there was long school closure, large number of school children dropped out. And that should not happen in this case, because the fear is that, as all of us know, that 11 million children may not come back to school if we don't act now. So opening the schools means making sure that children and teachers are safe.
And Kailash, before the pandemic, because of your work
the movements against child labour and for quality education for every student, those movements were linked closely and we were gaining ground. What's the global situation now with regard to child labour in the midst of the pandemic?
Yes, the biggest problem is that the rich countries who have allocated quite a large sum to bail out their own economies, their own companies, and to restore the markets and so on, they are not fulfilling their promises that they have made time and again in this whole multilateral system. We have released, as the Nobel laureates, the group Laureates and Leaders for Children has released a report recently, and that has exposed that over $8 trillion have been allocated in this COVID response fund. But when it comes to the most needy, the most marginalized children and their parents, it is only 0.13%. 0.13, not 1%, not even 0.5%. So this shows that how are we dealing with the most marginalized children. And what is my deep fear that the clock may turn back, because whatever progress we have made in eradication of child labor, reducing the incident of child marriages and child trafficking and child slavery, this will be in danger. Millions of children may fall into child labor. We also know that we were not really putting all our efforts, including the political will and the resources in ending child labor, which we have promised to do by 2025. There were apprehensions that today, when 152 million children are working as child laborers, maybe 121 million will still remain in child labor. That was the pre-pandemic situation. But now, during the pandemic, in the post-pandemic era, that would be much more serious if we don't act with compassion for our children, if we don't prioritize the most marginalized children. So what we are demanding, we are asking for fair share for children. And I am so proud and so strengthened that Education International has been the part of the Laureates and Leaders for Children Summit and strengthened the whole demand that there should be fair share for children. We are demanding that 20% most marginalized children and their people, their parents, should get 20% of this COVID response fund. And at least $1 trillion out of $8 trillion should be allocated now for the cause of education and freedom and safety and health of children, so that teachers and the entire education system can feel safe and can work. This $1 trillion, Suzanne, can help in many ways. It is able to cancel all debt of the low-income countries from the rich countries for 2 years. It can also ensure to achieve sustainable development goals related to education, health, water, and sanitation for next 2 years. It can also serve all the COVID appeals made by the United Nations as well as by the charities. So these kind of things are very much needed to ensure that we bring back our children to school safely, and we cannot afford to lose the entire generation in education.
No, absolutely. I mean, what the pandemic, what we've learnt during the pandemic is that existing inequalities have simply been exacerbated, haven't they? And that clearly is the case for children who are not in school, particularly children who are not in school because they are involved in labour. We've just got a couple of minutes, but on World Teachers' Day, what message do you have, Kailesh, about the children that we should be front and centre our work, but also the messaging that we should be giving governments in relation to responding to this scourge of child labour.
Susan, as you and many of my sisters and brothers in the education field know that I myself was a teacher. I started my career as teacher, so I can feel the pain, I can feel the suffering, I can feel the agony, I can feel the depression, I can feel all the feelings of my sisters and brothers. So primarily, I feel myself that I am one of you, I'm a teacher. So as a teacher, because once you are a teacher, you are always a teacher. So this is the case in me as well. So I feel that, first of all, education and marginalized children of the world should be prioritized by the government with a compassionate politics. We have to globalize compassion. We have to create a network of shared responsibilities globally. And we have to learn to build a supply chain of gratitude, because if some countries, if some companies, if some industrialized countries feel that they have been able to grow on their own, that is not true. There are so many people working in the developing countries who are responsible for their economic growth and for their wealth. Therefore, this is the time that they must feel that the gratitude for those people, workers, farmers, ordinary people, and so on. And we must, as a concerned citizen, as well as a responsible consumer, should make sure that no child labor is involved in supply chain. We have to ask our governments as well as the companies that there should be some legal provision, and it should be a mandatory provision that children and forced labor is not involved in supply chain. And as consumers in this market economy, we can play an important role. I strongly feel that the teachers are not simply the professionals. They are professionals, of course, but deeper in my mind and my soul is that a teacher is a spark. Teacher is an ignite. Teacher is a fire that can ignite the rest of the world, that can bring about light. And one teacher can dispel the darkness of any problem, particularly injustice and inequality, and all the problems which the world is facing, one teacher can do. So as a teacher, as a fire, we can dispel the darkness and bring light to the world in this situation of crisis. This crisis could not be met out only by politicians. Teachers have to play an important role for building a new world, a new civilization.
And look, on that note, let me say that it's been a real honour to have you join us here on World Teachers' Day. I think what an important point you made when you said we can't go back to normal, back to business as usual. Many people have been saying this, and it certainly is true in relation to child labourers. We shouldn't aspire to that sort of normalcy. So thank you very much, Kailash, for joining. It's been lovely to see you, even if it is just over a video link, and we wish you well with all your work. Thank you. And
thank
now,
you, Susan. Thank you so much. I count on your leadership. I count on your championship for education and for children.
Okay, goodbye. And now I would like to turn the conversation over to David to introduce another very special guest. Over to you, David.
Thank you, Susan. Maria Ressa is a journalist, and I think she would be happy with just that single word as a title because she brings such honor to her profession. Her work includes investigative reporting for CNN in Southeast Asia, designation as Time Magazine's Person of the Year for her fight against fake news, founding and leading the online news site Rappler. She's also been an almost constant target of harassment by the right-wing Duterte regime in her native Philippines. I believe we've counted 12 separate cases against Maria and Rappler filed by the regime since 2017, including one conviction for so-called cyber libel. Welcome, Maria. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us.
It's good to be back. Thanks for having me.
So first of all, Maria, how are you doing? Can you sort of update us a little bit on Duterte's attacks on journalism, the free press, for you, maybe how we can help the Hold the Line coalition campaign?
So I think offhand, like everyone else around the world, first of all, happy Teachers Day, right? And also coincides with the Philippines. This is our first day of classes, so we were all out and about. You know, like in many countries around the world, the pandemic has become an excuse to consolidate power. And the role of social media is certainly something that we can't ignore, especially for teachers, right? I think the last time we spoke together, I said, journalists write the first page of history, but teachers cement it in stone. And you guys are under as much siege, I think, as we are. In my case, you mentioned cyber libel. I am now convicted, which we're appealing, but I, along with a former colleague, am convicted for writing a story. Well, I didn't write the story. So this is a story that Rappler published 8 years ago for a story I didn't write, edit, or supervise. And we allegedly violated this law that wasn't in place at that point in time. There are many more cases like this. I call them legal acrobatics, but we fight them all step by step, right? Just like teachers, we're on the front line in the battle for truth. So the only thing I would say is, if you can, you know, the way we've survived is by building communities of action. And I think this is what you want to do in the next 24 hours for the problems that we're facing. And in our case, almost 80 civil society and journalism organizations have come together in something called the Hold the Line Coalition. And there's a petition that they've put out. It is to try to bring press freedom, to strengthen press freedom in the Philippines. And then the second thing is, the way we've survived is crowdfunding. Our community, many of them afraid to stand up and speak against the violence and fear, the atmosphere we live in, they've come in to help in our crowdfunding campaign, and I can put that on also. But those are the ways, David. I mean, and then other than that, please, you've got to continue doing what you're doing, because this is an incredibly, this is historic, this moment, right? The fact that we're doing this. When did we see each other in Bangkok? Was that last year or the year before?
Last year.
That was only last year, right? So from then to this year, it's a fundamentally different world. Even you know, it's a challenge for teachers. It's a challenge for journalists. And the fact that our information ecosystem has been turned upside down has led to power, the entire change in power infrastructure as well. I'll shut up and, you know, and talk.
No. Don't shut up. You do not need to shut up. 32 million teachers around the world really want to hear you. And one of the things you said to us when we were in Bangkok, and you so generously shared your time and spoke to the World Congress, is you were talking about teachers on the front lines sort of fighting disinformation, talking about that ecosystem and the fact that journalists and educators are on the front lines of democracy, basically there. And you know, in so many countries, yours, mine, right now, yeah, it's very difficult, I think, particularly for teachers, to be able to help their students tell the difference between lies and truth, particularly where we're a month out of an election. There's a lot of fake news out there. And we think, and I know you believe this, that media literacy is really, really important so that we can break through the bubble. But I was wondering about any specific strategies or thoughts you have for teachers who are really struggling right now, you know, amidst the trolls and the information and all these bubbles, to try to help their students sort of be able to separate fact from fiction for the sake of democracy and our planet.
So, Dave, I think, we need to define exactly what the problem is. Media literacy, like journalism, is a thinking slow process. We have to actually think, right? But the way that news is being disseminated today through social media is a thinking fast process. It bypasses our rational thinking. So let me lay out how huge this problem is. I think from last year to this year, I have some new words for you. Let me kill that. I'm so sorry. And my new words have to do with exactly the definition of social media. Right now, it has become a behavior modification system. And users like us are Pavlov's dogs. It's an experiment. It's an ongoing experiment. And think about it like this. I think last year I talked about how lies laced with anger and hate spread fastest and furthest on social media, right? This is what distributes our news. So you can actually say that in many ways, the distribution platforms are biased against facts, which are really boring, and biased against journalists, biased against a thinking slow process. So this is a huge shift in my thinking, because how do you fight that, right? So the first step is you've got to tell everybody that we're being insidiously manipulated, so that we then step back a little bit. If you are angry on social media, that's the first step I would say is, don't share. Step back and understand why you're angry, because it is manipulation. That's what the disinformation networks do. And then the second problem is, if we don't have facts, if the lies spread faster and further, how can we have integrity of business, of markets? How can we have integrity of elections? This is a question I ask myself now. Do we have free will to choose if we don't have facts? So it sounds like I'm giving you a bigger problem than what you posed to me, but I think before we can take the right steps forward, we have to actually define it well. And that's the way we're defining it now, given the actions and the data that we have looked at. So I've done two things since we saw each other. The first is, while we're still a partner of Facebook in the Philippines, we're fact-checking partners. We're frenemies beyond, and I would say I'm far more critical than I've ever been, because the world's largest distributor of news must protect the users from insidious manipulation, regardless of who it comes from. And the data is already there. And then the second thing that we've done is I've joined about 25, there are 25 of us who come from many different places, from tech, from academia. This is an initiative led by Carol Cadwallader, who did the Cambridge Analytica, who did that investigative series, and Shoshana Zuboff, who wrote a book. She's a Harvard professor. She wrote a book called Surveillance Capitalism. What happens when capitalism and control goes hand in hand with profit? And you put all of that, protecting the public sphere, in the hands of companies, American companies in our part, whose main task is to continue to grow. Right. So this is a huge problem. And I guess I'll end with just this one thing of the very idea of dividing, right? The reason why Americans are so polarized, the reason why Filipinos are so polarized, you're pro-Duterte or anti-Duterte, pro-Trump or anti-Trump, that this is built into the design of the social media platforms that we are all on. So think about it like this from the Philippine side, right? If at the beginning in 2016, we agreed on the facts, we were here in the middle, and then a tech decision, which is how do they grow the platforms? They recommend to you friends of friends. That one recommendation then takes the pro-Duterte and moves them further right. And the anti-Duterte, because it's friends of friends, will move further left. You can substitute Trump for either of these. And then as the network grows and it keeps recommending friends of friends, you move further away from each other. And here's the public sphere torn apart. That is why each side believes their facts, is fed their facts, right? And again, it isn't we now have evidence of influence operations, or something we call information operations, that really show you which sides are manipulating people actively. But this is the information ecosystem we live in. My sympathies to teachers who have to deal with historical revisionism, because that is part of what is changing right now all around the world.
Thank you, Maria. You know, I heard someone say that what's happening right now feels a lot like human intention is being strip mined and then being repackaged and sent back to us.
Yes.
And being part of that process, you have to, like you're talking about, you know how to slow it down and kind of see what's happening. And teachers and journalists who can be tracking this can do a number of things, which is what you're talking about, which is understand the polarization, understand how it's built to pull us apart, and to sort of stop that and slow it down, to shine a light, which is what you do so bravely. And I want to thank you. I know everybody thanks you, but I want to thank you for your bravery at a time when it seems like there's such a scarcity of bravery out there and people standing up. And I think what you represent is hope for many of us, that you can shine a light, you can make a difference, you can build coalitions with allies, you can show who's behind some of these attacks, and you can purposefully and meaningfully change the conversation, and you can support freedom defenders, human rights defenders. And I want to thank you very much for taking the time. I know you've got so much going on. We're tweeting out right now the petition, the crowdsource funding, ask for Rappler out to everyone who's watching. Journalists and educators, Frontlines and Democracy, Maria Ressa, thank you so much. I understand you're going to be staying with us for a little bit, and I want to thank you for that too, and moderating our next panel on a subject that's very close to your heart and our heart. So once again, thank you so much for being with us, and I will now turn it over to you.
Thanks so much. This is funny, right? But it's great fun. Thank you so much. And you know, thank you for the courage that you have, and for all the teachers. I mean, I was floored by the gathering last year. Let's move on to this, right? So what are we looking at now? In the next hour, you will hear from 6 different speakers. And why is this important? Because in the time of pandemic, the changes that have happened have actually marginalized the weakest of our societies. And I think you will hear from speakers who will tell you what it's like. We'll have, and I'll go bottom up, and I'll end with our keynote speaker, right? For attacks on trade union and human rights in Fiji, you're going to hear from Rosalia Fatiaki. You are also going to hear about trade union and human rights, these attacks that we're living through in the Philippines, from Melania Flores Lagahit. The attack on freedom of expression in India, that's going to be Prabhu Mohapatra. Attack on freedom of expression in Hong Kong, right? Both of our countries came with very draconian laws at about the same time. Sorry, not country. Let me rephrase. From Hong Kong, you're going to hear from Andrew Shum. And then we'll before we go to those specific countries, we'll talk about a regional overview that you will hear from Shoya Yoshida. And then finally, we come to our keynote address. The world is millions of jobs have been lost. Collective bargaining agreements have been pushed out. Those who are poor and the migrant workers, for example, are lost in the liminal space. Simran Singh, she is somebody who has been with ILO, she's the ILO country office head, the director for Sri Lanka and Maldives. She's been with ILO since 2000. She held various positions in different offices, as well as at the ILO headquarters in Geneva. She was a senior specialist on fundamental principles and rights at work based at the ILO regional office for Asia Pacific. In this keynote, she'll be looking at the people who bear the brunt. When everything flows downhill, who are the weakest? Who will bear the brunt of the cascade of things that are going on? Supporting workers and children during the pandemic, our keynote address, Ms. Simran Singh.
Hi, Maria, and thank you so much for having me join this. I have a long association with EI, and especially in the Asia Pacific region, so I really appreciate reaching out to me to be part of this very important discussion on World Teachers' Day. Indeed, as you framed it, the situation is rather dire, especially for those that are the most affected, those in the informal sector of many of the countries in our region. We have large informal sectors where you find the most vulnerable exploited workers, and they have been thrown over the edge either because of wage losses, unemployment, livelihood losses, fears of health and safety. And the children and also teachers have been really at the front and center stage, along with healthcare workers, frankly, with this pandemic. So let me just walk through and talk a little bit about two segments, those children that are affected and what could be the implications on their rights, as well as teachers and what this has meant, especially for teachers as workers going forward in the context of this unknown pandemic that keeps shifting itself and calls for a huge amount of agility that none of us necessarily always have in store to manage. So pre-COVID, let's put it this way, pre-COVID, if you look at one of the most exploited forms of child rights abuse was child labor. Pre-COVID, we were seeing such amazing, over the past 20 years, progress in terms of a decline in child labor. We were down to 152 million boys and girls in child labor. And by a large measure, this decline was because education was being provided. So they were in schools longer, schools were becoming more accessible. So we were seeing a continuous steady decline in child labor. But what we are quite concerned about as ILO at this point, as well as all of our partners, is that because of all of these multiple areas that have come out, these vulnerabilities, especially of parents, those already in poverty, those that have lost their livelihoods, those that do not have social protection because the states didn't have good social protection systems, those that were migrant workers that are no longer able to send remittances back or have come back and can't find work in their countries of origin. All of those factors have really a potential, because these were all of the markers that led to child labor and child rights abuses before COVID anyway. So we see this sort of amplified, and it's really important to be cognizant of all of these multiple vulnerabilities. One of the other features we see, especially here in Asia, is also this issue of debt. A lot of these families, people that have lost jobs, work in perhaps micro, small enterprises that are, of 10 employees or less, or home-based workers that had their children. They were already there, but they had borrowed, they were already in debt prior to COVID. And now with the loss of jobs and income, disruptions in supply chains for their products or what they were selling, consumers not having enough money to spend to be able to purchase those products, they find themselves in even greater debt. And one thing we've noticed with COVID is that several governments have actually put forward financial stimulus packages to help those in the informal sector, those that have been really affected. But you also find on the other side of it that even though these packages exist, they don't always reach the most vulnerable. And the way it's channeled is that since these people do not have, these families don't have collateral to begin with, they cannot always access these packages. So some of the things that actually could work would be to find a way to reduce the need for collateral and instead subsidize. And here I'm talking again about education. I think education was not always free and accessible to all before COVID. Now it's become even harder. Many of the schools and education has had to go virtual, and that brings with it another burden because not everyone has that connectivity, much less teachers might not even have the training to be able to go, if not the equipment or the IT infrastructure to be able to deliver it virtually. So you already have even less access to education, and then you don't have the income necessarily to be able to pay for the education because it's not always free. But if member states, and this is something that I think the teachers unions and all can really also push for, is can they also look at ways in which to subsidize the indirect costs of education? such as uniforms or whatever else might be the case. And also one other key factor is many children relied on food and the school meals program, so that maybe their one meal or one main meal of the day would be channeled through the school environment. Now you see that that's been disrupted, so it would be really important to also lobby that their nutrition and food needs are met, even if they're doing it from home. One other danger that I wanted to point out is with the whole shift to virtual in many instances, you also have a risk of other forms of child exploitation rising up, such as online exploitation. And that is something that we have started to observe here in this country, but I've also been hearing in others that because of more time online, the risk factors and exposure to online exploitation of children has risen. One other aspect is the safety and health aspect. This is a health pandemic, and this is unlike any other. It's not a war and other kinds of disasters we've dealt with. And so the safety and health and the psychosocial well-being side of things is also something to really consider, both of teachers that are supposed to provide and be looked upon, to provide that safety and security to the children, but also of the children, and not to mention the parents that might feel quite fearful of schools being, places where you might get the pandemic, where it could be spread. So apart from them being closed for extended periods, the whole point of them even reopening is something that creates a lot of psychosocial tension as well. And not everyone has been trained, including teachers, on how to handle the psychosocial dimension of that health fear of yourself being a carrier of the disease, as well as others perhaps having it. I'm happy I see schools have reopened here wearing masks all the time, but it's not the case in many other countries and places, and you do get sloppy over time, so that is something to look at. Another thing to look out for also is the whole legal and law enforcement side of things, especially on the labor side. Because of the pandemic, labor inspectors cannot go out and carry out routine inspections for seeing exploitation, whether it's of the family members, the adults, or even children. And I think this is an area that we need to really ramp up and find solutions for them to be able to do it using technology or other means when they can't themselves go out and physically inspect. There should not be a case that because of the pandemic, there's a sense that, oh, well, laws don't matter and legal enforcement doesn't matter. And also implementing measures to safeguard as well as to punish those that perpetrate these crimes are not being followed with the same level of robustness as it was pre-COVID. So we recognize it's a very difficult time, but we do see that there is a lot of need for us to come together in an integrated approach to look at both teachers as well as students, their well-being, and to look at it also from a family perspective, knowing that we have considerable issues with regard to poverty, debt, the loss of livelihoods, health concerns, and as well as actual health problems related to COVID, the lack of social protection, including for teachers, frankly, and also for for family members that were already vulnerable, aren't able to do, and the fact that migration continues and will continue for the future also, as we can see, to be something that one cannot rely as much on in terms of remittances coming forward. So given all of that, I see a real important role that teachers' unions can play, actors in the education field can play, because education will still remain one of the key solutions going forward, and teachers will be some of the key frontline workers, apart from health workers, that are going to see to it that children's rights are not exploited, that they do get their access to education, and that their well-being is taken care of. I'm going to end there and really, again, thank you for having this very important discussion at this time. It's still very unknown and we don't know how it's going to pan out, but we do know if we stick to these common principles of recognizing where the fragilities are and who are there for the solutions going forward, such as teachers and looking at it from the family perspective and the community perspective, I think we can ride the storm as best as we can, given all of this unknown. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Simran. These are huge and great insights, the problem that we're all having to deal with. Let me introduce our next speaker. Shoya Yoshida is the General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation of Asia Pacific. This group represents over 60 million members in 34 countries and territories in Asia Pacific. It strives for economic, social, and political justice, essentially decent work through trade union actions. And in what he'll say next, Shoya is going to give us an overview of the workers' rights situation in the Asia Pacific region.
Thank you very much, Maria and EI for this opportunity. I'd like to discuss today the role of teachers to teach to students, but not arithmetic, history, PE, music, but universality. Universality means the quality of being applicable to all people, irrespective of time and space. It is a very abstract word, but can help us think about the world in coming decades. Democracy is one of universal values, together with human rights, the rule of law, and many others, but also a process for the people with different backgrounds to agree on common values. It is established in modern Western society and are still new to our region, the region of Asia and the Pacific, but it is widely upheld and is cited, for example, in the SDGs as a key element of our future the world should build for itself. So to be responsible member of the community, students need to learn the universal values. However, 2 decades into the 21st century, the global trend toward embracing the universality appears to be losing momentum. Democracy means being in touch and in tune with life as it is lived in our community, and it requires that we get inside the reality of people who are different from us so that we can understand their point of view. Democracy needs time and is sometimes tiresome. Most leaders, just like us, prefer to surround themselves with opinions that validate what they already believe. They divide people into friends and enemies and try to increase the support from friends by attacking the enemy with discriminatory words. You lost your job because of someone coming outside the countries like this. What is surprising to me is that many of young people prefer simplistic, macho leaders to democratic ones. Leaders are afraid that democracy works, and teachers, at least according to my personal experience, are liberal. I use the word liberal to refer to the attitude of placing high value on freedom, human rights, tolerance, and diversity. That's why undemocratic leaders and their government keep making harder for trade unions to stand up for teachers in the Philippines, Cambodia, Korea, Japan, and many others. Also, this is the global trend that the public spending for education has been decreasing under the pretext of fiscal consolidation. But quality of education fully depends on working conditions of teachers. The balance between the teachers' working condition and the fiscal conditions of the country could be best achieved only through autonomous industrial relations and collective bargaining. Therefore, this is my conclusion. We must work harder to create stable political climate for teachers and their unions to operate without fear of reprisal. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll come back with questions after we hear all of our speakers. Now let's go to Hong Kong. Andrew is the chief executive of the Hong Kong Professional Teachers Union. That represents over 100,000 teachers and education practitioners in Hong Kong, from kindergarten to universities. Andrew is going to speak on what's happening in Hong Kong, a focus on freedom of expression from the teachers union perspective. Andrew?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for inviting us to share our views on the situation in Hong Kong on this particular day, the World Teachers' Day. The pandemic has been causing a huge effect all over the world, including Hong Kong. Everything has been changed since the outbreak of the disease. Some people said the pandemic marked a watershed in human history. But for Hong Kong people, we marked another watershed 1 year earlier. Before being affected by the pandemic, we had experienced the biggest protest and social unrest since the handover in 1997. To fight for freedom and democracy, many Hong Kong people, especially the youth, actively participate in the social movement. After a year, around 9,000 people have been arrested, of whom 40% are students. It was an unprecedented challenge to our teachers in dealing with students whose emotions were highly affected by the development of the social movement and political atmosphere. Another source of pressure on teachers is the tense political atmosphere. Since the beginning of the anti-extradition bill movement, the education sector has been under immense political pressure as the government and its supporters accuse the teachers of inciting students to join the protest, which of course is not factually correct. They also attribute the political turmoil to failure of the education system. Echoing the accusation by the government, pro-government supporters have launched a campaign against teachers who shared their political views on the social media or participate in the social movement. They doxed the teachers, putting their personal information on the social media and mobilizing other supporters to file campaigns against them. Many of the teachers were only sharing their views or feelings about social affairs on their personal social media platforms and had not participated in any illegal activities. However, the Education Bureau has been handling the cases proactively and has issued reprimand letters or warning letters to a number of teachers, even without enough evidence. Moreover, the Education Bureau has threatened that they are considering canceling teachers' registration in some cases. Until now, the Education Bureau has received at least 222 cases, of which 63 have been found to be unsubstantiated. During the pandemic, online teaching has become a new normal. Although it is a new way of teaching and learning during the pandemic, it has brought about a new challenge to teachers under the intense political tension in Hong Kong. Contrary to traditional classes, online teaching can be viewed or recorded by other people, such as parents or other family members of students, which means that the process of teaching could become under the scrutiny of the public. It makes teachers worried that they may face complaints or even become a target of pro-government supporters should they make any mistake or any politically incorrect comments during lessons. The pandemic has changed a lot of things all over the world. Like other cities, the Hong Kong government has imposed social distancing rules to prohibit group gathering. Although we understand it is necessary for combating the disease, it has become a tool deployed by the police to oppress political assembly. For example, the police have rejected all applications for protest assemblies for the reason of avoiding group gatherings and prosecuted peaceful protesters under the control of disease regulation, while people are allowed to crowd narrow streets and shopping malls as usual. More importantly, the government proposed the Legislative Council election by 1 year on public health grounds, followed by the enactment of national security law. Many Hong Kong people are worried that we will no longer enjoy human rights and freedoms as before. Under the political atmosphere and the chilling effect, teachers have become more cautious while teaching or discussing any topic using their social media and participating in any public event. Also to the Hong Kong PTU, both the political atmosphere and the pandemic have brought an unprecedented challenge too. But as a teachers union, we will face it with our members. We have been following up a number of cases about teachers being complained, providing legal and financial support to them. It is a difficult moment for Hong Kong education sector, but we will strike against political interference and defend our professionalism. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Andrew. I mean, we are watching very closely what is going on in Hong Kong now. Thank you for your summary, and we'll come back with questions. We'll move to our next speaker now, and we'll go directly to Fiji first. After Hong Kong, let's talk to Rosalia. She is the newly elected General Secretary of the Association of University of South Pacific, staff based in Fiji. She'll speak on the trade union and human rights situation in Fiji with a focus on how the pandemic has led to increased violations of the workers' and teachers' rights and gendered impact of the pandemic. Rosalia?
Bulavinaka, namaste, and Waya Mori. Greetings from Fiji. No doubt that this pandemic has brought about chaos to the norm of doing business across the globe, and we in Fiji are not saved from this dilemma. The COVID-19 pandemic hit Fiji in March of this year, and this has led to border closures and curfews and other restrictions imposed across the country. Schools were closed for 3 months, in which students were given worksheets to work from home. Now, this is easier said, that the students have work to do at home. But this poses many challenges, as here in Fiji, much of the population do not have access to internet connectivity, and the option given to parents to collect the worksheets from the schools were also very challenging, given the fact that many parents have reduced working hours or they have been completely laid off from work. So accessing these supposed worksheets from schools is not that easy, as the government has put it. To counter the drastic impact of having children to stay home during the lockdowns, the Ministry of Education quickly announced new methods of delivery. There was an online platform where parents can download those worksheets. But mind you, as I said earlier, connectivity is an issue. Parents have very limited access to getting to the schools due to financial constraints, as I said earlier. And even if the students have access to these worksheets, this does not rule out that constructive learning is taking place. How are the students expected to understand by reading the worksheets, and what are they supposed to do? The drastic concern raised were the capabilities around teaching the children the content in order for the children to solve these problems that is there in the worksheets. Some teachers went the extra mile to prepare videos and send it to their students to explain the learning materials. But again, accessibility is in question. Internet connectivity in Fiji is expensive, and it is also not available to the general population. Many parents have raised concerns over social media regarding the children's learning. And as parents, they do not have the expertise to teach the specific subjects. Maybe it be basic science, how to do those experiments, whether it be accounting. Can you imagine how difficult it is to have these parents trying to juggle how is this supposed to be? Children's education are therefore in jeopardy. The panic mode led to many decisions that are not thought through. During panic modes, it is critical that all stakeholders are party to decision making, and consulting the teacher unions would surely result in amicable solutions to deliver the best in education of our children in this stressful environment. These challenges pose a big threat to education in Fiji, in the Pacific, everywhere else that's hit by this disaster. Tertiary education is also not spared from the challenges imposed by this global crisis. Many of the tertiary students in Fiji, they come from outside of the parameters of where the institution is situated, and they were forced to be repatriated home. And this has led to students dropping out of the courses in semester 1. The university teaching staff went to all levels to provide support remotely through online learning platforms. However, the social and economic impacts are far greater and drastic. And this led to those not having the social and economic support to withdraw from the studies. The traumatic impact of the COVID-19 in education is worrying, as teachers are forced to cover their lessons in so little time, and the students on the receiving end would be deeply loaded and leads to information overload. The limited resources are an added stress to both teachers and students. In these most critical times, trade unions are challenged with disruptions to normal business of teaching and learning. How do we continue to support our staff? Should be imposed structures take place, the support that institutions provide for those students who are forced to learn remotely? The logistical support regarding modification to coursework, exams, and maintaining at the same time maintaining the learning outcomes, all these are in question. In fact, the shift from face-to-face delivery to distance teaching did come with challenges, and not only limited to accessibility to technical infrastructure, but competencies and pedagogies to deliver in this mode of learning, and that is remote learning. The trade unions must be brought to the table to work solutions in combating this much challenged environment that has caught us in the blue. Limited to no consultation will not help the situation, as education is core to human rights. With reduced budgets, the danger of massive pay cuts for teachers, as well as the continuity of providing free education, would only be a matter of time. Unions have continued to push through with senior management to come to consensus in how we deal with these issues. Reorganizing the institution for streamlined operation will ensure that those in the low end of the salary scales providing services to ensure quality delivery in education is maintained and must be protected. Trade unions must maintain relevance in the whole process, and social dialogue is most critical in these most challenging times. Even when schools have reopened in the country, the emerging economic recession threatens to exacerbate inequalities and could roll back progress made in expanding educational access and improving the quality of learning globally, as humanity looks for ways to transform the world for the better after the worst crisis in this century. We must rethink social policies, including education, address the long-standing issues of structural inequality, poverty, and exclusion. An impending global recession is likely to have drastic consequences for the funding of education and other public services, as well as for individual lives and livelihoods. During this time, global commitments is needed in education, and it must be maintained, and resources directed to those who have been hardest hit socially, economically, and educationally. The longer it takes before lockdowns and curfews can be fully lifted, the worse it will get. The contraction of economies is hurting everyone, but those at the bottom of the income pyramid and in the informal sector feel the pinch. Amounts a historic drop in poverty over the past decades, the number of people in extreme poverty is set to rise again, and Fiji is no exception. The most vulnerable pay the biggest price: women, children, the disabled, and the elderly. The threats posed in this COVID-19 environment would force drastic actions on education, including government funding cuts. The unions must continue to push through our governments in social dialogue to address these issues. This means working in solidarity, empathy, and appreciation for our common humanity. All this will likely fuel grievances in the wake of conflict, instability, and displacements, all giving support to extremist groups. If left to fester, the consequences will be neither contained nor time-bound. With that, again, we stand in solidarity to defend education in all levels, whether it be primary, kindergarten, or tertiary. And that's it from Fiji, from the Association of the University of the South Pacific staff. Thank you very much, one and all, for listening to me this afternoon to give you a summary of what the situation is like here in Fiji. Pinaka, thank you.
Pinaka, thank you, Rosalia. Thanks for that. Let's bring back our other panelists. So unfortunately, I was really looking forward to hearing from India and from the Philippines. We didn't have them in today, but the common themes have been pulled out by both Simran and Simran is, yes, she's still here, by Simran and by Shoya. Andrew actually also brought up a lot of the same things that other countries are dealing with, and Rosalia brings up all of the what teachers are going to have to deal with, what the education sector. So let's go back to Simran. Simran, I pulled out three things from what you said, which was that similar to everybody, you're saying that there needs to be subsidy. Education must be subsidized, in addition to finding a new way of doing this. The second, you pointed out that we're going to have to deal with psychosocial tensions that teachers and students are going to have to deal with. And then the third was interesting to me, which leads kind of a little bit to Andrew's rule of law. You said, we cannot discount the laws just because this is a time of pandemic, and that there needs to be an integrated approach because there's going to be increased poverty, increased debt, increased health issues. I mean, in general, right? Increased fear. So let's pull the thread on the last one first. When power gets more power and the ability to hold power to account diminishes, how do we hold power to account so that rule of law continues? And I'm coming to you next, Andrew, after that.
I think we have to capitalize on existing systems that were there before. And again, I think having teachers that were organized and unionized, that are also members of specific communities, they have a critical role to be able to show and expose when rule of law is no longer being adhered to. So I think we have to find ways of connecting. I mean, if there's IT issues of connecting online that we've heard in many cases, there are other ways in which people have been connecting, whether it's through WhatsApp or even a phone, or even shouting across to the neighbor, whatever it might be, congregating in street areas and having those conversations. I think it's really important that we keep the conversation going and check and work with existing institutions that were there, knowing full well that they're also struggling to do things the way they used to do things. And I think in especially the union movement as well, we've seen quite a few challenges in trying to stay connected, because a lot of the work is done in terms of having dialogue, right, and having these discussions and in person. And many of the members don't always have access to IT and things. So there have been these challenges, but I think if we can still capitalize and pick brains in terms of how we can communicate and expose these things, keep it in the front, on the radar. There's very good also connections with the media. Many organizations have. Why not bring them in? They're looking at the pandemic from multiple dimensions. Having the media also talk about some of these issues, where the fear factor, or whether it's a rise of potential online exploitation of children, whatever these other dimensions are that aren't always getting, beyond the numbers of COVID cases and the locations of COVID cases, beyond just the health messaging. They're looking for the human side of things. So I think we need to really capitalize on those dimensions and keep at it and ask those questions. Use social media if need be, as always. It's really been a tool as well to bring up and question when the rule of law is not being adhered to. Very clear message needs to go out that we as citizens, because we're already so vulnerable, expect the rule of law to be adhered to at this time. And we're doing our best as citizens, of course, to try to stay safe and not spread the disease and adapt to the extent possible. But we also expect you also as law enforcement agents to be equally responsive in this case.
Thank you. Thanks, Simran. It's fascinating to me because, again, these collective bargaining agreements are just getting thrown out because there is no money. I'm going to Andrew and then Shoya. I'm coming back to you to something you said about the fiscal, money. But Andrew, let's pick up on rule of law. Well, both Hong Kong and the Philippines have had new laws come up during this time period. And you've already talked a little bit about how teachers have been affected and in some cases even targeted, right? Or hopefully not yet targeted, right? What advice do you give, at a time when in some countries, the kinds of pressure, which is about what people think about democracy, human rights, do these values, should they take a back seat? What advice are you giving your teachers? I think you're muted. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I think the national security law has affected a lot of people. The chilling effect has been already here. That's what we are worried about. For the rule of law, to be honest, in the past few years, Hong Kong people worried, and we are debating over whether we still have the rule of law. So after the enactment of the national security law, which is implemented directly from Beijing instead of local legislation, many people think that the rule of law is over. That's why we are so pessimistic to the future of Hong Kong. But for teachers, I think we can only stick with our professionalism to do what we can do in school or as a citizen outside the school. We still, as Hong Kong people, still treasure democracy, freedoms, and human rights so much. But now it is a very difficult moment for us to voice out, because even the peaceful protest assemblies is not allowed under the pandemic or some other reasons from the government.
Yeah, no, we hope, we wish you luck. It's a tougher environment for sure from what we're seeing. Shoya, you went through kind of what Asia Pacific is going through, and you pointed out what everyone has said in different ways, which is more money should go towards education, But and I mean, are the SDGs even attainable given where the world is? And what advice do you give trade unions, education secretaries? I mean, like in our case, we keep trying to get more money for education, but when health, security are top of mind, the money's not trickling in. How will you deal with that?
Okay, thank you, Maria. So this is obvious that the vast majority of people, they want the policies, like they want decent jobs, they want strong social protection, they want quality social services, including education. But in many countries, once we come to the election, they support the government, which still persists with the policies that are totally different from the what we want. That's why, I strongly insist in the first round, that we must make democracy work. So let's look at the structure of the public expenditure. See, so in the last 20 years in Asia, the military expenditure is going on. I mean, the keep going to increase. Why not the government will should be look at listen to the voices of the people that we need more money for social services, medical, education, and also the social protection. So let's look at the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic clearly demonstrates the flaws of the current social and economic system, because they are trying to decrease the public spending, on this area. That's why, the many people, many people, who are just losing the job for only a month, make it impossible to pay for housing, education for children, and even food. So again, trade unions should stand up just to make democracy work. Thank you.
No, thank you. That's also, maybe in March, I wrote a piece for Time where I said, please let's not let the virus infect democracy. But it seems like it actually has, right? Rosalia, let's, your lessons from Fiji, of how to help teachers cope with these multiple problems. The trade unions going out in front to fight for it. But how do you help them cope? You're muted. Please unmute yourself. Great.
How do I?
There you go. Now we hear
Okay.
you. Excellent.
Okay. Yeah. So this continuous dialogue within the university staff to ensure that, and I see this is so critical, as I said in my statement, that the unions must be at the forefront of social dialogue. And so here the unions with the senior management to be able to manage the situation so that it doesn't really get into that big mess that we are already facing the social impacts. And here we're talking about people losing jobs. So in Fiji, teachers are still employed, not yet with a pay cut. At the university, we still have our jobs intact because at the university, the union is in the forefront and continuously meeting with senior management to see how best we can retain workers and teachers to serve the students. So here, I said earlier in my statement that we hope we will continue to maintain the social dialogue to curb the effect, the drastic impact of the COVID-19 on having to lay off staffs or reduce pay in total. But for the teachers out in the secondary schools in Fiji, I believe that the government can do better than what is now. And to do better, again, social dialogue is critical. They need to engage the people, the unions who are the representatives of the teachers. They need to start having that conversation. Keeping the teachers outside is not gonna help us curb the situation. So that's what I see the situation is, and how we can ensure that we provide the best outcome during these trying times for all of us.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Shoya's clapping. So we have just a few minutes left. I want to just go through, starting with Simran. We'll go to Shoya, Andrew, and end with you, Rosalia, which is, your final thoughts. I think it's a historic moment, and, more power to teachers and trade union. But Simran, you've given us a lot to think about. How do we move forward now? Your final thoughts.
Well, I think we have to embrace the fact that we're going to have to be agile and do things differently, or somewhat differently. But I think we should also, at the same time, capitalize on what we have built before the pandemic. And I think this is where this issue of solidarity is essential. And, seeing things from a more human lens. We need to, as our ILO Director General says, build back better. There should be a better normal, not the same normal, new normal, a better normal. So we need to build back better, and this has given us pause. We've seen things come up, but we've seen also great humanity and caring across the globe in terms of communities and trying to help each other as well. So I think we should capitalize on it and remember to be a bit agile, but also work on the foundations that were there, whether they were social dialogue, whether it was the kind of rule of law that was expected, whether it was fighting for education, whether it was allowing teachers to unionize or workers to unionize, and to keep up also just the support mechanisms, calling for the kind of financial side of things is so essential here in terms of building back better. That's been the biggest suffering in a way, and that leads to more exploitation. So I think really lobbying for putting the funding in the right places, which is especially on some of these social areas that are essential in building back better, education being one of the key ones. Say more than one final word.
No, that's great. That's great. Thank you, Simran. Let's go to Shoya. Shoya, I love the SDGs. I love your focus on the fundamental rights. So your final thoughts.
Okay, so my final comment is that the trade union should be stronger to better protect their members and the workers as a whole. For teachers union, just to better protect teachers, and to be stronger to make voices of workers better heard by policymaker, lawmaker, and also by the society as a whole. To be stronger for unions, we need to organize more. So please, teacher, make sure you join your
Thank
union.
you. Thanks, Shoya. Andrew, Hong Kong, your final thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I don't have many things to say, but I think professionalism is the key for us to prevent from interference, from political interference. And what we can see is that during the pandemic, not only in Hong Kong, but also for many countries, the teachers try to facilitate the teaching in other form, for example, e-learning or some other learning way. I think you can see that we have a lot of good teachers, and we need to stay together and defend our professionalism.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
And Rosalia, you have the last words on this. Go.
Yeah, so I believe that social dialogue is critical more than ever before. Unions must be consulted in every decision making. And this is to empower one and all that education is critical, it's being tested. How we deliver quality education is at the heart of the matter now. So unions must be there in the forefront to defend education in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to this great panel, Simran, Shoya, Andrew, and Rosalia. It was great to hear from you. Pulling out some of the stuff, I think, truly education education is key. This is Happy World Teachers Day, right? And I think some of the things that you had pointed out, funding, dealing with the psychosocial tensions, I really like that because we need to deal with that, and the rule of law. Political power coming in and how education is going to have to deal with that, and the power of trade unions. It's a different world. We didn't really touch on how you're going to have to deal with your students who have been really tremendously affected by the technology. That's a game changer. I think there are different groups, there are different panels where you will tackle some of this. But thank you to the panelists, to the teachers who are watching, to EI. It's good to be back with you again. Again, Happy World Teachers Day. Before we go, I just want to play a video. This is the story of trade union rights and a recent win in Korea after 7 long years of struggle and the impact of solidarity. Here you go.
(20여 년) 전 교사들은 박봉에 시달리고 교장의 제왕적 군림 밑에 고통받았습니다. 학교는 비리투성이었고 교사들은 권력에서 독립되고 교장으로부터 자유로운 평교사들의 조직을 원했습니다.
제자의 해맑은 웃음을 위해 굳게 뭉쳐 싸워나가자. 교육민주화와 자유민주화 그리고 공일의 그날 정교조의 깃발 아래 함께 손잡고 나아가자. 민족교육 만세, 민주교육 만세, 인간화 교육 만세, 전국교직원 노동조합 만세.
1989년 전교조의 탄생은 독재와 권력의 편에 서지 않고 학생과 양심의 편에 서서 참교사로 거듭나겠다는 교사들의 다짐이자 열망이었습니다.
바로 국민이 주인이 된 국민의 정부임을 선언합니다.
그러나 정부는 5년간 1,500명의 선생님들을 학생들로부터 빼앗았습니다.
연행되어 갔어요. 유치장에 갇혀 있었는데 아버지가 면회를 오셨어요. 도교육청에서 그러는데 반성문을 쓰고 탈퇴서를 쓰면은 풀어준다고 하니 쓰는 게 어떻겠냐. 그때 그것을 쓸 수 없었어요. 우리가 하는 일이 옳다고 믿었기 때문이고요.
전교조는 세계 교육 역사상 가장 혹독한 시련을 이겨내고 합법화됐습니다. 해직교사 1,500명은 모두 민주화운동 관련자로 인정됐고 전교조는 우리나라에서 민주화운동 기여자가 가장 많은 조직이 됐습니다.
어느새 살아온 날들이 이렇게 많다.
지난 9월 3일 한국의 대법원에서 정교조 법원의 조치가 위법하다고 판결했습니다. 그에 따라서 9월 4일 전국교직원 노동조합은 7년 만에 법적인 지위를 회복하고 다시 합법노조가 되었습니다. 지난 7년의 긴 과정에서 우리 세계 교육노동자들이 보여주신 지지와 연대, 그 힘으로 전교조 6만 조합원이 긴 투쟁을 이어올 수 있었습니다. 대단히 감사하다는 말씀을 드리고 위원장으로서 이렇게 기쁜 소식을 세계 교육노동자들께 전달할 수 있어서 정말 고맙고 감사합니다. 앞으로 전교조는 전 세계의 교육의 불평등 해소와 우리 한국 교육의 발전을 위해서 더 노력함으로써 오늘 이 기쁨에 보답하고자 합니다.
Thank you. Congratulations to our colleagues in KTU Korea for this huge win after 7 long years of struggle. We at Education International, with our member organizations, campaigned for their legal recognition, also with the support of our partners at ILO and the global unions. All workers have the right to organize, so this is a win for all teachers and all workers all around the globe, and this is a win for international solidarity. Friends and colleagues, like me, I'm sure you have been watching the live stream since morning and learning about incredible stories of teachers and unions from across the region, despite tremendous challenges posed by COVID-19. Now we turn to South Asia for a joint panel with the UNESCO Delhi office. The panelists will share their experiences from the region during the pandemic from the perspective of teachers and policymakers. What challenges the teachers and students are facing, and what kind of support the teachers need during this pandemic and other emergencies. We are joined by, for this panel, by policymakers, experts, practitioners, who will be sharing their experiences and challenges faced by the teachers and students and their responses to the support that they need. But before we go into the panel, let me invite the director and UNESCO representative at UNESCO Delhi Cluster Office for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, and Sri Lanka, Mr. Eric Falt, for an opening address. Director Eric Falt, the floor is yours.
A very warm welcome to everyone gathered here virtually. I'm delighted to be with you, and I hope everyone watching, of course, is in good health. Today, we have all gathered here for a very special occasion, and I would like to wish all the teachers a very happy World Teachers' Day. I salute all of you for the tremendous amount of hard work you have been putting through over the past years, and especially in these difficult times. We must remember that over the past 6 months, schools have not been closed, but only school buildings have been closed. The teachers and the staff have been working tirelessly to ensure that learning never stops. And I would like to assure all teachers that we realize the crucial role you're playing in every education system. I would also like to take this opportunity to make everyone aware about this important annual occasion that we're celebrating today. Each year on the 5th of October, UNESCO, in partnership with UNICEF, ILO, and Education International, celebrate the World Teachers' Day in order to bring attention to the importance of teachers at the global level. Every year, World Teachers' Day serves as a reminder to pay tribute to all the teachers who have made valuable contributions in building generations of youth over the past decades. World Teachers' Day is an occasion to mark progress and to reflect on ways to counter the existing challenges for the promotion of the teaching profession. This year, World Teachers' Day will celebrate teachers under the theme Leading in Crisis, Reimagining the Future. And this theme is meant to help us to bring attention to the frontline teachers who have shown excellent skills in adapting to the coronavirus disease situation and using a wide range of online tools to make education accessible, fun, creative, and engaging for learners. Our UNESCO Institute of Statistics has reported that over 1.2 billion learners have been affected due to the school closures in response to COVID-19. And as we pass through this highly sensitive and volatile situation, we strongly believe, of course, that it is our duty to ensure that learning never stops. And in order to ensure this, it is the teacher's role, of course, that is of utmost importance in reaching our goals. Dealing with a global pandemic has not been easy for any teacher, and we have heard many stories where teachers have been very innovative and proactive in ensuring that the cognitive development of their students is not hindered. Once again, I would like to applaud all the teachers who have gone out of their way and given their best to maintain continuity of learning for all children. We must realize that teachers have the maximum potential to be the real impact creators in schools across the globe. The impact they create helps to develop a whole new generation, and it is vital that we extend our support to all teachers and acknowledge their efforts. I would like to reassure all stakeholders that UNESCO New Delhi is actively working to support all teachers in South Asia and are currently carrying out a rapid situation analysis study together with our colleagues from UNICEF to assess the impact of COVID-19 on South Asia's education sector. A part of the study will analyze the impact of COVID-19 on teachers, and the results will be presented in accessible formats for the public. We're really hopeful that this will become an important policy tool, which can be capitalized upon, and relevant measures, policy measures, can be adopted to support the teachers. Finally, and most importantly, amidst this global pandemic, I, and together with, of course, all my colleagues, empathize with all the teachers in the South Asia region who have been able to adapt to the changing learning environments and supported all students physically as well as remotely. So let this World Teachers Day be a reminder that teachers will continue to be the backbone of all education systems, and that we should always support all teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Eric, for your important message, which beautifully sets the context for this panel. And also thank you for highlighting the importance of teacher support and leading important work in South Asia in advising the governments and the civil society stakeholders on teacher support. Now we go to our General Secretary for SAARC Teachers Federation, Mr. Lakshman Sharma. Mr. Sharma would be talking about some of the challenges that the teachers are facing across South Asia. And he's basically from Nepal, so a lot of experiences that he would be sharing may be coming from Nepal. So Mr. Sharma, we go to you now.
Hello all. First, my greetings to all for this World Teachers Day today. And we are very happy to celebrate this new type of World Teachers Day. First, when the pandemic escalated and closed down started in our region, sub-region, SAARC region, it was March and nearly ending the many countries' sessions, annual sessions. And the school closures were unprepared. Nothing was prepared, just school closed. And obviously, we had no alternative remote access to children and school prepared in large scale. And in private school sector, in Nepal's case, mostly, the teachers couldn't get salary for months and job cut started. This was a huge challenge for more than 200,000 private school teachers in Nepal, and heard same in the other member countries. And when our system asked us to start online, it was very new thing for South Asian teachers, and we were not trained, prepared, and infrastructure was very poor. PCs or electricity even, and Wi-Fi data was very slow, and education to conduct education lessons, it was very hard. And teachers were not prepared, trained, and it was overloaded for teachers. To make half an hour's lesson, they had to engage some 2 hours, 3 hours to make lessons first. Making lesson was very hard. And it was another challenge. And later on, when months passed away, we had one first. It was to save academic year. To save academic years, we had to do different alternative things to conduct lessons with children. And online we were novice. We were just learning, and it was very hard for the small kids and grown students, high school grown students and small kids. It was hard for motivation. And again, in the small kids, for those who had their parents, mothers mostly, in their own home, were a little bit easier because they keep their kids on their lap and conduct lesson together, mother and children. But in the working class population, mothers were in somewhere field or somewhere other tasks, works, and children were left alone. And so conducting lesson with the small children were typical, I mean, very hard. And as my studies show that our online attempt or remote attempt of conducting lesson was hampered by was in problem by infrastructure, teacher professional development, and software. Another issue was like we had books, paper books, and no digital materials, and to conduct a better lesson via internet technology, we had to have very good softwares or materials, which we hadn't. And although they were in one language, some huge population language, and this native language speaker children were not getting benefits from those English or one national level language materials. This was another issue. And teachers' motivation was, and we were questioned morally. We were teachers, students were left alone without lessons. Moral question was big, but motivation was another thing. We were not getting salary. We are not, even in Nepal, we have a huge movement going on. And what makes teachers motivated to learn new things, heavy loaded, and conduct lessons? And these were the major challenges. And less than 20% children are getting online remote learning opportunities, and the rest of the youth population are still not getting well. One day school starts, teachers start a school, and some 2 or 3 days later, authority calls and say stop your school. Maybe that transmission is going nearby your school area, like this type of notice. Today I'm nearby my school now, and I was there in a school and getting call from authority, district administrative authority, to close the school. We had just started 11 days earlier. This is the situation. And in South Asia, Sri Lanka has a little bit better experience, as much I know, and Bhutan and Maldives are doing better, but rest of the part, nearly Bangladesh, Nepal, India, Pakistan, or Afghanistan even, found same.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you very much for sharing the insights from Nepal mostly, and then also talking about Bhutan and Maldives, and sharing how the teachers are operating without getting proper support, without getting proper salaries, and despite all these challenges, they are motivated. So now I would like to invite Ms. Laila Lupus. She is the Senior Project Officer at the Secretariat of the International Task Force on Teachers for Education 2030. Laila, together with building upon the challenges that Lakshman shared, will also talk about some of the best practices, and also talking about the support and enabling education policy environment for the teachers. Laila, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Education International for this wonderful celebration of the world's 94 million teachers today, and also for the opportunity to bring an international perspective to this rich discussion. The Teacher Task Force is a global network. There's about 150 countries and organisations who work together to promote teachers and teaching issues. At the beginning of the COVID crisis this year, there was the overarching impression that amidst the chaos of the school closures and the cacophony of discussions about online learning, the question of the teaching profession was being largely ignored. Bringing together our members, we felt that it was important to issue a call to ensure that teachers are protected, supported and recognised during the crisis. What we have seen is that teachers around the world are facing the same challenges despite different contexts. So we identified around 5 key challenges and policy areas that need to be addressed for all actors to support, protect and recognise teachers and to ensure that learning can continue during the pandemic. The first most important area, as we've just heard from Nepal, is the question of the preservation of wages. We know that around the world, many teachers, in particular in the private sector, have been facing salary cuts and have been simply forced to look for other jobs. Obviously, there's been a strong concern that the crisis is a pretext to lower standards and norms or to push aside labour rights. We have seen, though, examples of governments that have encouraged the private sector to maintain salaries and to ensure that the salaries and benefits of both the teaching and the education support staff are preserved. The second, of course, very important area is the prioritisation of teachers' and learners' health, safety and wellbeing. As we've been working with partner organisations, we've produced guidance for policymakers as well as a toolkit for school leaders on how to support teachers in the return to school process. As part of this, we've been speaking to school leaders from around the world. One of the key messages that we've been hearing is that teachers are anxious. They need socio-emotional support to face the pressure being put on them, to deliver learning at a time of crisis, to stay safe, and as well to support their students in these anxious circumstances. However, according to a recent survey, only 1/3 of countries are offering psychosocial support to their teachers. So obviously this is a very important area that needs to be continued. The third, of course, is something that a colleague has just also referred to, which is the lack of adequate professional support and training. Even before the crisis, we knew that there were still regions of the world where there were severe shortages of trained teachers. Little attention had been given to providing teachers with adequate training on how to ensure learning continues. In a recent survey of OECD countries before the crisis, only 43% of teachers said they were comfortable using ICTs. So there needs to be this space for professional development, and in particular in education budgets and aid responses in a context of shrinking national budgets. The fourth is the question of equity. We know that millions of teachers and learners are off the grid and that the opportunities of distance learning are just not available due to lack of internet connection. Policymakers need to understand that greater support and flexibility will be needed for teachers who work in remote areas with minority communities or with disadvantaged children to ensure that they can keep learning and not be completely left behind. And of course, lastly, and the most important, is the question of social dialogue and the need to include teachers in developing education responses. What we are hearing is that in many countries, teachers were not consulted in school closures. Teachers obviously have a critical role in the recovery phase as schools reopen. They need to be included in all steps of policy making and planning, and it is encouraging to see that in more countries, teachers and representatives are actually being consulted as governments grapple with the school's reopening process. So what we've seen that is in many schools and communities around the world, teachers and school leaders have acted to meet these challenges at their levels with the means available to them. It's encouraging to see a growing number of initiatives to support teachers. Keeping teachers' voices at the centre of these discussions will be key to the continued development of policy responses. I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
And, highlighting the need of support to teachers, particularly around capacity development during the pandemic, in using the new tools and technologies, investing in teachers, equity, importance of social dialogue, and enabling policy environment for teaching and learning to continue in the pandemic. Thank you. And now we go to Professor Padma Sarangpani. Professor Padma Sarangpani is the chairperson, Center for Education, Innovation and Action Research at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, India. She would be talking about effectiveness of teaching learning strategies during the pandemic. Professor Padma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anand. It's great to be here today. We started celebrating teachers on 5th September in India, which is our Teachers' Day. So it's great a month later to be coming together in this World Forum to recall the importance of the teaching profession itself. And I think if one thing the pandemic has taught us, it is how important the profession is. We've realized the limits of online. The person of the teacher will continue to be very important in educating children. And we also have realized both the potential and the limits of the online medium. So I think it's a useful reminder about the profession and its centrality to education itself. I'm going to share a few insights that we have gained from some of our own work. We've been talking to teachers, putting it out in podcasts, and also listening to teachers in our communities of practice that we've established across both our two major field action projects, Connected Learning Initiative and the Integrating Technology in Education Initiative. And what we've learned is that teachers at the local level are trying out a lot of things. The state, of course, is promoting the use of online platforms for learning, as well as encouraging teachers to use WhatsApp and telephone calls to reach out students, especially in the government schooling system, who don't have very easy access to the online medium. We also offered free courses and resources on our own platform, an open education resources, and over 5,000 teachers out of their own interest enrolled to educate themselves about online teaching learning practices. But what we've realized is that more resources are needed in Indian languages to develop teacher capacity. Teachers reporting to us tell us that in addition to these standard platforms, they themselves have explored and discovered tools like Mentimeter, Google Quiz, and Google certification type of resources on the open education resource space. And many of them are actually spending time counseling students after 7 p.m. in the evening, which is when the phone comes back home with the parent and the teacher is able to speak to students in real-time synchronous ways. And what teachers tell us motivates them is when they experience the motivation from their own students. Teachers are telling us what works for them is localization, but when they themselves make a video and put it out, students are responding to it much more than some anonymous teacher's video being shown. So more visibility of the local teacher in the life of the student seems to be important. The most important thing that teachers have discovered is the importance of interactivity, and that really is why Google Quiz, Mentimeter, tools like that are getting popular. Teachers have found ways of involving students in recording and carrying out local research projects. And that, they say, it really works because it doesn't need students to be there online all the time. And with younger children, teachers have evolved strategies of involving family and grandparents and doing things other than the standard literacy numeracy type activities, getting craft work, music, activities of that kind done. And my colleagues have very successfully been piloting what we call a web quest, in which teacher and student groups together set out on a quest to discover things on the internet and come back and share it together. So these really work. Anything which enhances interactivity, curiosity, interest, research skills succeeds in the online space. What is not working so well is platforms, learning platforms, which are data intensive, and teachers across the board are telling us that, students don't have access to device, data is expensive, and that's a problem. The lack of short videos that they can share with students is another issue that they are flagging for us, because it is the asynchronous interaction that really seems to be working at this point of time. And our own study shows that teachers' access to computers is very, very limited. Almost 98% have access to smartphones, but only about 30% have access to computer devices. And of course, the issue of the private school employed teachers and their own insecurity as far as their employment is concerned is a huge demotivating factor at this point of time. So thank you. I thought I'll just share these experiences from the ground.
Thank you, Professor Padma. And these are very insightful thoughts, and particularly coming based on your experiences and the studies that you have conducted during the pandemic, and which highlight what has also come up through our survey, where the teachers complained about lack of support, lack of access to the tools, and lack of access to internet among the teachers, among the students, and so on. So, which is thank you for your these remarks. These are some very insightful discussions and insightful information that we received from our panelists, and we would have wanted to continue this discussion for a longer time to know more about the elements that you shared. But unfortunately, we are a little short on time, so we would not continue here. But we'll take another opportunity to continue this discussion. That's what we started now. And now I pass on to Susan to take us forward in the exciting journey through Asia Pacific that we continued at 9:30 today. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Anand, and to all of our panelists from South Asia. And if I could just add my congratulations to the KTU Korea for their win after 7 years of struggle. And as they say in the video, the importance of solidarity, working together, can never be overstated. The education sector in most parts of our region was not ready when schools had to be closed, and the panel showed this very clearly just before. And in fact, in some countries, schools have yet to reopen. In the Philippines, students are back to learning just today, but they still won't be physically back to school. Next, we're going to have a few short messages by video from the education ministers of Singapore, Nepal, and Taiwan. Let's start the final segment highlighting the issues that we've covered in our program. The material will also be shared, of course, on our social media in the coming days.
Teachers' Day is a very special day every year for all of us in the Ministry of Education. But this year has reminded us even more acutely of the role and the enormous impact of teachers and staff in the lives of our students. It has also reminded us of the indomitable spirit of our education fraternity. Our education system has taken a huge leap forward thanks to all of you. This is the spirit that touches me and makes me proud to be part of this team. I'm fully aware of the challenges of adapting to home-based learning. Teaching effectively online requires completely different skill sets and techniques. Yet you are not daunted. Let me share a few quotes from our teachers about their experiences. Over this extraordinary time, the willpower manifested exemplifies what it means to be a member of our community. Collectively, we were determined to give our students the best versions of ourselves. What's even better is that you helped each other to be your best selves. As one teacher put it, I loved witnessing and experiencing cross-coaching. Younger teachers led in ICT professional development for older teachers, and the older teachers led the younger teachers with effective pedagogy and fidelity to the schemes of work. As teachers shared resources selflessly, school staff developers held workshops to equip teachers with online teaching skills, and HQ conducted training sessions. Every day over this crisis, you lived the lessons that we teach our students. Lessons of lifelong learning, resilience, and care and support for one another. These are important and powerful learning moments for our students as they see these values in action exemplified in their teachers. Our students surprised us too. One teacher found a tech tutor in his primary 5 student. When home-based learning started, Jaden Gee of Poi Ching School contacted his teacher, Mr. Chu Sing Wee, volunteering to help test out the live conferencing platforms. Parents realize the impact of this moment and your contributions. Our schools and teachers have received many notes of thanks. One parent with 2 children in Fuchun Primary wrote in to say this about their teachers. As a parent, I felt a great sense of uncertainty when HBL dawned on me. But Mrs. Tan, who teaches my primary 2 child, has the mother's hand. Through the circuit breaker, she greets parents as super parents. She uses positive emojis to cheer parents up and calls me to see how we were doing. Now, even as we grapple with this crisis, we are more convinced than ever that we should push ahead with the changes to the system that we have already embarked on. In the recent work plan seminar, we outlined 4 other imperatives to accelerate the Learn for Life movement. This included making HBL a regular part of school life to foster greater independence in our students, accelerating the National Digital Literacy Program, and doing more to uplift students from disadvantaged backgrounds. The current crisis has highlighted the urgent need for strengthening social support for more vulnerable students and their families. So we will, over the next few years, double the number of student welfare officers in our schools to better support the number of students with higher needs. In the area of student well-being, we will grow the number of teacher counselors, support them with better resourcing and training to ensure adequate counseling support for students in every school. Access to better education and career guidance, or ECG, is also critical to guide students in exploring their strengths and interests to make informed education and career plans in what will likely be an uncertain job market for some time to come. We will therefore also increase the number of ECG counselors to help our students navigate the complexities of today's fast-changing education and job landscape. Our JCs will benefit from an ECG counselor each. Our secondary schools will get 1 ECG counselor supporting 2 schools, up from a ratio of 1 to 4 today. We appreciate the professional expertise allied educators bring to the table and how complex their roles have become as they work closely alongside teachers to support the holistic development of every child. We will therefore provide them with more opportunities for career progression. Digital literacy is another key trust for us. As teachers continue to innovate and come up with new ways to teach and engage students, technology is a key enabler. So it is critical to strengthen our schools' ICT capabilities. In particular, we will enhance career development opportunities for ICT admin staff in the school, with opportunities for some to contribute at the cluster level. To support schools in the implementation of blended learning and the National Digital Literacy Program, we will also increase the ICT partner-to-school ratio and provide a team of roving ICT administrative support in the rollout of the personal learning devices for students. At some point, this pandemic will be over. This storm will pass. But the spirit that all of you have shown over the past few months gives us confidence that we will emerge from this crisis stronger, more united, and more resilient than before. And let me wish one and all a very happy Teachers' Day. Thank you very much.
कार्यक्रमका अध्यक्षज्यू, विश्वभरका सम्पूर्ण शिक्षकहरू, हार्दिक अभिवादन। सर्वप्रथम 2020 को विश्व शिक्षक दिवसको अवसरमा विद्यार्थीको भविष्य निर्माणमा अहोरात्र खट्नुहुने विश्वभरका सम्पूर्ण शिक्षकहरूलाई शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दछु। ज्ञानको हस्तान्तरण र ज्ञान निर्माणमा शिक्षक साथीहरूले गर्नुभएको अमूल्य योगदानको कदर गर्दै उहाँहरूप्रति उच्च सम्मान व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सन् 1994 बाट युनेस्को समन्वयमा सुरु भएको यस विश्व शिक्षक दिवसले सुरुदेखि नै शिक्षण पेशालाई मानव विकास गर्ने अद्वितीय पेशाको रूपमा स्थापित गर्ने विश्वव्यापी मान्यता विकासमा जोड दिएको छ। विश्वव्यापी नेटवर्क निर्माण, शिक्षण पद्धतिमा नवप्रवर्तन, शिक्षकको पेशागत विकास, वृत्ति विकास, प्रभावकारी शिक्षक व्यवस्थापन लगायतका विषयहरूमा ध्यान केन्द्रित गर्न विश्व शिक्षक दिवसले हामीलाई प्रेरणा प्रदान गर्ने मैले ठानेको छु। गुणस्तरीय शिक्षाका लागि गुणस्तरीय शिक्षक अत्यावश्यक छ। शिक्षा अमूर्त विषय हो, यसलाई मूर्त रूप दिन शिक्षकले नै भूमिका खेल्नुपर्छ। त्यसैले भनिन्छ शिक्षाको गुणस्तर शिक्षकको गुणस्तर भन्दा माथि हुन सक्दैन। बालबालिकाको सर्वाङ्गीण विकासका लागि शिक्षक आफू योग्य, दक्ष, सक्षम हुनुको साथै आफ्नो क्षमतालाई वास्तविक कार्यथलोमा उतार्न सक्नुपर्छ। शिक्षक कक्षा कोठाको पठन पाठनमा आफूलाई केन्द्रित गर्दै उत्कृष्ट नतिजा दिनमा हरहमेशा प्रयासरत रहनुपर्छ। विषयवस्तुको ज्ञान, सिकाइ प्रक्रियाको ज्ञान, कक्षा कोठा व्यवस्थापन एवं सिकाइ वातावरण निर्माण, सञ्चार र सहकार्य, बाल मनोविज्ञानको ज्ञान, पेशागत आचरण एवं नैतिकता, सूचना तथा सञ्चार प्रविधिको प्रयोग लगायतका शिक्षकका आधारभूत सक्षमताहरूको प्राप्तिमा शिक्षक सदा प्रयत्नरत रहनुपर्दछ। आफूलाई पेसामा अब्बल साबित गर्न र विद्यालयको शैक्षिक गुणस्तरलाई उच्चतम बिन्दुमा पुर्याउन अहिलेको कार्य संस्कृतिमा नै रूपान्तरणको जरुरी छ जस्तो मलाई अनुभूति भएको छ। यस दिशामा रचनात्मक सहयोग गर्दै आफूलाई समर्पित गर्न आम शिक्षक समुदायमा आह्वान गर्न चाहन्छु। नेपाल शिक्षक महासंघ र शिक्षक तथा कर्मचारीका पेसागत सङ्घ सङ्गठनले नीति निर्माण तथा कार्यान्वयनमा सकारात्मक भूमिका खेलिरहेका छन् र भविष्यमा पनि सृजनात्मक रचनात्मक भूमिका निर्वाह गरी समग्र शिक्षा क्षेत्रको सुधारको लागि योगदान गर्नुहुनेछ भन्ने विश्वास लिएको कुरा यहाँ राख्न चाहन्छु। विश्वव्यापी रूपमा फैलिएको कोभिड-19 को महामारीका कारण विश्वभरका विद्यार्थीहरू प्रभावित भएका छन्। नेपालमा करिब 9 मिलियन विद्यार्थीहरू यो महामारीको चपेटामा परेका छन्। महामारीका कारण विद्यालय खोलेर नियमित पठन पाठन सम्भव नभएको वर्तमान अवस्थामा होम स्कुलिङ, रेडियो पाठशाला, टेलिभिजन शिक्षण र भर्चुअल कक्षा, अनलाइन शिक्षण गरी 4 विकल्पहरूलाई समानान्तर रूपमा अघि बढाइएको छ। वैकल्पिक शिक्षा सञ्चालनको मूल जिम्मेवारी शिक्षकको नै हो। यसलाई सफल बनाउन सबै शिक्षकहरूलाई आह्वान गरिसकिएको छ। सङ्कटको यो घडीमा विद्यार्थीको सिकाइ निरन्तरता नै प्रमुख प्राथमिकता भएकोले सबै सरकारवालाको ध्यान पनि यसैमा केन्द्रित हुनुपर्ने मैले ठानेको छु। अन्तमा शिक्षित नागरिक हैसियतले राजनीतिक, आर्थिक, सामाजिक तथा सांस्कृतिक रूपान्तरणमा विश्वभरिका शिक्षकहरूले खेलेको भूमिकाको स्मरण गर्दै आगामी दिनमा पनि पेशागत नैतिकतामा कति पनि आचरण नदिने गरी समग्र समाज विकासको प्रमुख सम्भागको रूपमा आफ्नो भूमिकालाई समय सापेक्ष र प्रभावकारी बनाउन सफलता मिलोस् र विद्यार्थीहरूको भविष्य निर्माण दत्तचित्त भएर लाग्न थप ऊर्जा प्राप्त होस् भन्ने शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
各位朋友，大家好，我是中华民国教育部长潘文忠。教师的一天是从每个孩子的笑容开始。为了让孩子们健康快乐的在学校学习，每时每刻都是新的挑战，因为每个孩子都是独一无二的美好，再难再辛苦都值得。然而，今年的疫情改变了我们每一个人的生活，校园成为捍卫孩子健康安全的堡垒，教师坚守第一线，守护孩子，力抗看不见的敌人。当全球疫情爆发时，台湾因为超前部署，所有的老师们紧急动员，跟政府并肩作战，共同执行最高规格的校园防疫措施。同时，我们也结合了家长、志工和社区的力量，严密掌握孩子跟家庭健康的情况，才能够成功使校园不停课、不关校，将疫情对孩子的学习成长冲击降到最低。在全民共同的努力之下，我们成为全球少数仍能够正常上课的国家。在这个时间，老师们也是用最短的时间内学习最新的数位科技，建制完成并实际演练线上远距教学。政府线上教学资源平台也整合了各民间教育跟科技机构，除了提供丰富的教学影片，也透过远端视讯教学，让受疫情影响 而在家隔离休养的孩子们也能够学习不中断。疫情的冲击并没有让台湾的老师挫败气馁，而是更看到我们更多的老师伙伴们勇敢地站出来，为孩子而坚强，为了教育而无私的奉献。在此，这就是台湾老师们永远的精神。我也相信，所有透过教师伙伴以专业跟爱陪伴成长的孩子，不仅能成为自己最喜欢的模样，更能成为未来的优质公民，成就自由多元的民主社会，成为和平进步的国际力量。10月5日是世界教师日，所有台湾教师跟教育工作伙伴们，你们辛苦了！感谢教师跟政府携手同心，成功防疫，也成就了台湾的光荣战役。
These are only some of the stories, struggles, and visions of the future from different countries in our region that we could share with you today. But be sure to follow Education International Asia Pacific on social media, on Facebook and Twitter. We will continue our conversations there today and in the coming days as we share more stories from teachers, students, parents, and our unions at Education International. What we've learned from our colleagues in the past months is that teachers need an enabling environment for effective teaching learning to happen. So in the region and beyond, we continue the advocacy work we have been doing even before the pandemic. We call for adequate support to teachers, from proper training to secure working conditions to psychosocial support. Because good teachers are well-supported teachers. As we rebuild from the pandemic, we intensify our call for support to teachers and the entire education sector, ultimately to ensure free, quality public education for all. So it's goodbye for now from the Asia Pacific. We hope you remain tuned to the broadcast as it goes around the rest of the world. And I turn you over back to our General Secretary, David Edwards, with a variety of guests and messages. Thank you.